I call to order tonight's public hearing. I apologize for the delay. We had a study session just prior to this and needed a bit of transition between the two. Madam Clerk, do you mind giving the roll call again?
Thank you and good evening. Councilmember Steve Leonardis.
Here.
Councilmember Marcia Jensen.
Here.
Councilmember Barbara Spector.
Here.
Vice Mayor Rob Rennie.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Mariko Sayak.
Here. And so before we begin, I'd like to introduce Caspian Bailey. Where did he go? To come up. Come on up. Is it on? Beginning of each meeting, we have a special student come up and kick off our meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. But before we do so, I did want to introduce Caspian Bailey. He is a 7th grader at Raymond J. Fisher Middle School. He likes to play football and rugby. He likes BMXing. Any injuries? Yeah. Okay. That's the mom and me. And his favorite school subject is science. And one of the coolest things that he shared with us in his application is that occasionally his brother, his mother, and him, they visit and they deliver groceries to the families whose children are undergoing treatment at Lucille Packard, which I think is a wonderful thing, and I wish that many more of us shared some of the community service projects that we do. Anything else you'd like to share with us today, Caspian? Okay, so with that, if you could all please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Schultz, do we have a closed session report?
Yes, we do. Although there wasn't a closed session tonight, there was on November 28th. The council on that date discussed 4 different items. They discussed labor negotiations, which is the negotiations with various unions. They discussed real property transactions of various properties owned by the town. They discussed the pending litigation with regards to the Highway 85, and they also discussed the evaluation of the town attorney. As to all 4 of these items, no action was taken that requires reporting under the Brown Act.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Schultz. In addition to the work that we do here during our public hearings, our council members represent us at various regional activities, and so I'd like for each of us just to go over what we have done since our last public hearing, starting with Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Sack. Since our last meeting, mostly did things that were pleasurable, like attend the Christmas parade, along with the other council members here this evening, and the tree lighting at the terraces. Those are 2 that I can recall. Finance Committee meeting.
Okay. Councilmember Jensen.
Thank you, Mayor. In anticipation of the study session that we had earlier, I attended the last meeting of the Los Gatos Hospitality Association, which was very interesting. Got a presentation from Yelp on how Yelp can do reservations and what their impact is on marketplace and retailing trends, and so it was quite interesting.
Okay, since our last meeting on November 15th, we've also had a policy committee meeting, which Councilmember Jensen and I both sit on, a general plan committee meeting that Councilmember Spector and I both sit on. Santa Clara County Health Cities had a conference that Director Morley and I participated in. And I believe many of the council members also served at our annual senior Thanksgiving dinner that was held the Saturday before Thanksgiving. And Vice Mayor Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Sack. I also attended the Senior dinner, as mentioned. I also attended the Cities Association dinner. The terraces tree lighting with the mayor I attended. I also attended an opening, Charities Housing, opening of a new affordable housing unit complex on Monterey Road, and I attended the tree lighting with the rest of the, and I guess the parade too.
Councilmember Spector.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Since our meeting on November 15th, I have had several meetings with and events with community members. I met with several high school students who were doing interviews for their government class. The General Plan Committee completed its work on the specific plan. There was the Finance Committee meeting to which Mr. Leonardis made reference, and which will be the background for 2 agenda items this evening. And we had, as they've already said, the tree lighting and the holiday parade. Thank you.
Thank you. And Town Manager, Ms. Pravetti, anything that you'd like to share with us tonight?
Yes, I have 2 items for you. First of all, just a reminder that we are continuing with our Almond Grove community meetings. The next one is scheduled for Thursday at 6 p.m. in these chambers. We're going over the design work for Phase 2, and we have a similar community meeting on Monday, the 12th of December. All residents are welcome in addition to the Almond Grove residents. And then I'd also like to share with you an employee recognition that we gave this afternoon to our parks maintenance team. They've been working very hard. They were at the tree lighting as well as the parade, and so to ask them to come after hours tonight seemed to be a bit much, so we recognized them during their lunch break today. And I'd like to just introduce you to our Parks and Public Works maintenance team: Ruben Galvin, Rob Molden, Jarrett Blasky, Steve Moore, Gary Cardero, Robert Ormonde, and Bo Save. They have been with the town a lot of years, some as few as 2 years, but one as many as 36 years. So a lot of experience, and they really show that they care for our town and the way they maintain our parks and make sure that the town stays in good recognition. So this was actually from the peers. Other town staff nominated them, and through a director process, we are recognizing them this quarter. So please join me in congratulating our parks maintenance team. Thank you.
Okay. So before we move to verbal communications, there are 3 things actually that are on our consent item. Those are things that we deem not to be controversial, such as minutes. Would anyone, however, like to pull anything on our consent item agenda? Okay, anyone from the audience? Okay, seeing none, could I get a motion for approval? Councilmember Jensen?
I move approval of the consent calendar consisting of items 1 through 3.
Okay. And a second? Vice Mayor Rennie seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Now we move to what's called verbal communications. This is an opportunity for anyone in the public to speak on an item that is not on the agenda. And so if anyone, I do not happen to have any cards, just want to make sure. So seeing none, we will go ahead and go straight into our public hearings. The first one that we have, actually, before we go into a public hearing, I do want to make make an announcement of a slight change. We have 8 agenda items tonight, and due to some public comments that we've gotten on agenda item 8, they are tied together with agenda item 5. I'm going to go ahead and switch the order and tie those 2 together, so it'll actually go agenda item 4, which is our public hearing on Bella Vista, then we'll move into item 8 and then into item 5. You'll find that those 2 finance issues are interrelated, and so I'd like to go ahead and hear those together. And I'll make that reminder again after the Bella Vista. But for now, we're going to move into the public hearing, which is an appeal of a planning commission decision denying a request to construct a single-family residence on property located at 339-341 Bella Vista Avenue. And it's application APN 529-23-15 and -016. Okay, Ms. Arnowitz, would you like to give us a staff report?
Thank you, Mayor. The site currently contains 2 legal nonconforming parcels, and in 2012 there was an application for a house on each one of those parcels, and that application was denied. And following that, these applications were submitted to merge the parcels and construct one new single-family house. So these applications originally were recommended for approval to the Planning Commission in April of 2016. The item was continued to May to address, with recommendations that the applicant work with the neighbors on their concerns. So during that time, the project was revised to reduce the main floor level, to reduce the height, and to remove the rooftop deck. So coming back to the Commission, the Commission stated, and having stated that the technical concerns such as slope stability and tree impacts had been addressed, they did deny the application based on incompatibility with the neighborhood and bulk and mass issues. Following that, the property owner appealed the decision, citing error related to the application of the seller policy, irregular hearing proceedings, and also related to a policy which the appellant is saying the Commission did not have the discretion to modify or address. And in addition, the appellant, provided new information in the form of further reductions in the floor plans, and those are provided in your packet and also on the wall behind you this evening. So regarding error, while the Commission discussed the seller policy, the reasons for denial were limited to neighborhood incompatibility, bulk, and mass, as stated, rather than to the seller policy. Regarding irregular proceedings, the Commission heard the evidence and deliberated on the merits of the case, and per the town attorney's position, who we have here this evening, obviously, there was not a violation of the appellant's substantive due process. Even if there were found to be such a violation, the hearing before council this evening would provide opportunity for due process. And then regarding discretion, while the Commission actually does have discretion to address the seller policy, as noted, that's not the policy that they applied in making their decision to deny the application. So this evening we're recommending the Council uphold the Planning Commission decision, dismiss the appeal, and we are here to answer questions, as is the applicant and their architect and team. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Council, I'm going to open it up to questions of staff right now. Council Member Jensen?
I have a couple, if I may.
Yes, please.
The first one is I want to just put on the record a question I asked of Ms. Pavetti earlier today and make sure it was on the record. And that my question was, when was it that the lots in question and the lots on the western side of Bella Vista Avenue were actually created?
Based on the research that staff conducted, we learned that these lots were subject to a subdivision back in 1910.
And has there been any kind of change or examination of these lots since then? They've just sat there and they are a lot created in 1910 and nothing else has happened with them with respect to general plan, policies, ordinances, etc.
They are legal lots, so they do have development rights associated with them, consistent with our zoning map as well as our general plan.
Okay. And if I could do my second question? The second question is with respect to, and this is probably for Mr. Schultz, the appeal issue of the violation of due process at the last Planning Commission hearing on June 22nd. And I understand Ms. Zarnowitz's statement. However, I would just want to make sure if hypothetically the council were to determine that there was an error, a structural error, that resulted in evidence not being adduced or someone's right to ask a question being chilled by whatever comments were made, do we have an option, which is not in our statute for appellate review of a planning commission, but do we have the option to treat this hearing as a brand new hearing and disregard the things that occurred at the June 22nd Planning Commission meeting if the council determines or a council person determines that there's an error in those proceedings?
So under your code, all of the appeals that come in front of you, you're supposed to not only review the record, but also any additional information that comes forward for you today. So in a certain sense, it's already a de novo hearing because you're introducing additional evidence, so you can take that into evidence. If the council was to find, a majority would have to find that because that's one of the findings, but if the majority found that there was an error in a due process violation at that level, that would fall under one of your three, which is number one, which is the error, or under the code section, let me find it here. Yeah, or an error or abuse of discretion that was committed by the Planning Commission, which would allow you to overrule or modify their decision.
Thank you.
Council members, any other questions? I'm going to go to Council Member Spector and then Vice Mayor Rennie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I believe, Ms. Arnowitz, that you referenced a reduction in square footage with regard to the application that is currently before us relative to the Planning Commission. First of all, is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell me or tell us what that reduction is numerically?
The applicant's statement and the plans reflect a reduction from 1,278 to 1,188 square feet on the main level.
1,278 to, I'm sorry, what was it?
1,188. So 1,278 to 1,188.
And that's on the
main level.
Any other reduction?
There was a reduction in the height, and then the plans this evening, the new information propose even further reduction in the on the north end of the whole house.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Vice Mayor Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Sack. I'd like to go back to something the town manager said. So you said these are legal lots, and one of the questions that reading this I wonder about, is there such a thing as an unbuildable lot? So you said these are legal lots, so that means they're technically buildable?
That's, they have development rights associated with them. Obviously we have discretion in terms of making sure that all of our policies and ordinances can be upheld. This application has gone through several iterations, as has been documented in your staff report. There was once a proposal for 2 homes, 1 on each lot. Now we have a proposal to merge the lots into 1 and have 1 home. So I think you've seen the iterations that are consistent with the lot pattern that's out there.
So if I could follow up, I'm trying to understand, is there such a thing as an unbuildable lot? Do we have those in town? Are they just called not legal lots, or how does that work?
I think the town attorney may wish to address that.
So it is potentially to have a legal lot that would not be buildable, because maybe in 1910 a lot might have been legally subdivided, but now doesn't meet our requirements regarding lot size, regarding setbacks from frontage, or from one of the railroad tracks we have setbacks. So it is possible that we could have a lot that is a legal lot that was created sometime in the past that might not make our regulations and rules today.
If I could continue, thank you. So the 2 lots by themselves, we're calling them non-conforming. So doesn't that fall into possibly not buildable then?
They're non-conforming because they don't meet the lot depth requirement of 90 feet for this zoning district, but that doesn't mean that they're necessarily not buildable. There are other factors, environmental considerations, et cetera, not just the zoning. So it's non-conforming based on our zoning characteristics and requirements.
So if I could continue a little bit, I'm just trying to understand this. If let's say we were back in 1910 and we decided, okay, somebody doesn't want these as part of the other lots that, let's say, Maggie Court got built on, but they didn't want it to be built. Would there be a way to designate them as unbuildable lots? Do we have such a thing?
Well, through our zoning powers, the council could have designated the sites as resource conservation, which is intended for habitat protection, and then given it an open space zoning district. We would have to identify some economic use for the property, or the town would have to purchase it and turn it into a public park or a public open space.
Or we could have just not let it be subdivided off of, say, a bigger one.
In 1910, but
yes.
that point is past us.
Right. I'm just trying to understand how you would not get in this situation as sort of part of the whole big picture background. Thank you.
Councilmember Jensen.
Let's kind of follow up on that concept with 2 questions. The first question is, am I correct in thinking that no kind of permit has ever been issued for any kind of development on these 2 lots?
Yes, that's correct.
So there are no vested rights, if you will, on the lot?
That's correct.
Either one of them. Okay. Then the next question is, I independently looked at this and we got some information from the town attorney, but I'm hoping the town attorney is going to tell me whether I'm right or wrong about this. But in terms of whether a lot is buildable, quote unquote, if there are regulations which make it difficult to build on the lot but do not remove all economic value, i.e., let's say today we decided to zone it agricultural. There's cases out there that say an agricultural zoning of a property doesn't equal a taking. So as long as there's some remaining economic value to the property, it's not a taking. Am I right about that?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And actually, to follow up on that, on the takings, the economic value, the question I have, because it's a residentially zoned lot, how would that apply? As long as because the economics is of a home.
Right. We don't have in front of us a change in use. We're not here today deciding whether the change is from residential to agriculture. So the issue is it's currently zoned residential. There's an expectation that it can be built for residential purposes. If you were to deny that altogether and not allow residential use to be built on it, then of course there's a takings issue that could be, and that's, I thought, was the question, is not allowing any residential use on a residential lot, that would be considered a taking. If you were to change it, all of a sudden decided that was the issue tonight, changing it to agriculture, there might be a partial taking, but there wouldn't be a full taking, and that would be based on appraisals and all the different cases and takings, which is quite complicated area of law.
Thanks for the clarification. Councilmember Johnson.
Just beating a dead horse here, sorry. The council would have an option to change the zone if it wanted to. For example, obviously after a full and complete hearing on whatever we're doing here, not prejudging it, I'm just trying to get the parameters in place. But we would have that option.
Yes,
if we felt
you
like
always
it.
have the ability to change zoning.
And my other question is that whether it's zoned residential, agriculture, resource conservation, whatever it is, now it's residential. But as long as there's some economic value to it, it's not a taking, and that the landowner doesn't have the right to the most profitable use, he just has a right to an economic use.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to open our public comment period. That's going to be 10 minutes for the appellant. After the appellant speaks, I will open it up to the broader community, and you will each have 3 minutes. We'll close the public hearing by having the appellant come back and have 5 additional minutes to discuss any remaining issues that were brought. And so with that, I would like the appellant, and the 10 minutes I need to clarify is cumulative of your team. So if you could just identify yourself, and we can go ahead and begin.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I'm Bart Heckman, Land Use Counsel for the Ross family. I'm going to move quickly because there's a lot to cover here, and I'd appreciate it at the end if somebody wanted to ask me about my view about takings. I'd be happy to answer that. But tonight we're here to ask that the town council uphold our appeal and take the action described in alternative number 2 to the staff report. These are your bases for appeal. And we are proceeding tonight primarily under abuse of discretion, number 1 and number 3. And notwithstanding staff's comment, this is about the seller policy, because the seller policy is all about bulk and mass. And if you listen to the transcripts of the Planning Commission hearings, that's what the discussion was about. And staff has not really addressed our seller policy issue in their staff report, because our issue is that whether or not you allow occupancy of the area behind that lower level wall, you're going to have the same bulk and mass, and in fact, if you don't allow occupancy, you're going to have more bulk and mass, and we're going to show you that tonight. So I want to start with the neighborhood context, and I've taken the mic here because I understand the pointer doesn't work on TV, so I'll go up and point. But this first one shows the location of the property with the single-family homes on Bella Vista above, the townhomes on Maggie Court, the hotel, the other higher density below. These are the homes along Bella Vista. We're talking about neighborhood context, compatibility. These homes are in the range of 2,400 to 3,500 square feet. These are the townhomes down on Maggie. These are each 1,650 square feet, not including the garage, on a 1,300 square foot lot. The structures, they're pinned together, and so each of those buildings is 4,500 square feet, including the garage. Again, bulk and mass, neighborhood compatibility context. This is the first plan that was submitted in 2010. It did not meet a warm response, so it got revised in 2012. This is what the two homes on the two lots looked like in 2012. So that's not the same home. Those are two different homes, one for each lot. But the council did not approve those. They didn't like them. And these are the basis of the denial, exceeded the FAR. A variety of exceptions and variances were required, and they didn't like the style. We got direction from the council in 2012, and this is that direction. Come back with one lot, one home, a significant reduction in house size, design it to the hill, move the driveway, no variances and no exceptions. So that's what we did. And so we came back in March of 2016 with a single lot, 48% reduction in size. We reduced the height from 35 to 22 feet. It's a fully compliant plan, and we directly responded to every council request from 2012. So we took that to the Planning Commission. They weren't satisfied. They gave us a series of instructions to go back and do better. And these are basically what the things they wanted to us to work on. And so we came back in June of 2012 with an additional site reduction, 172 feet smaller. We got rid of space here and here. And over here, we eliminated the 7-foot cantilever, and it's important, I'll come back to this later, but we raised the windows here on the north end. You can see this is a person standing inside the windows or above their head in this room and at the kitchen, and we augmented the landscape plan. And the reason we did those raised windows was to address privacy concerns of the neighbors. So overall, comparing that one house to the two that the council declined in 2012, these are the reduction numbers. These next slides are in your record. They were in front of the Planning Commission, compliance with the general plan and town codes. And when I say compliance, I'm talking qualitatively and quantitatively. So we match the numbers, and in our view, we match the intent of the things that don't have numbers, like privacy, like compatibility, and we'll get into that. These are in your record. These are examples of things we did to address privacy, and then features of the house that addressed design and your Hillside Guidelines here. And now let's get to the views of the house as proposed. So this first one is a view from Bella Vista, and it's a little hard to see in this vision, but there are 3 windows right here. This is the garage. It's a small 2-car garage, and that's what you would see as you drive along Bella Vista because we've sunk this house down. This is an important slide because it shows a couple things. First of all, this driveway down slopes at 15%. That's the maximum we're allowed to do. One of the complaints of the Bella Vista neighbors before was they didn't want to see the house. So it's dropped down the maximum it can be. And that has the additional benefit of lowering the front of the house here, which means from the Maggie Court residence, it's not as high. It's brought it down, but it's down. The top of the top of this house is as low as it can be. Let's see, let me go to the next one. This is one I really want to stop and spend some time on because this is really where the seller policy comes in and bulk and mass. So it's hard to see, it's shaded here, but where I'm pointing right now, this is the bottom of the first floor, right here. This is the bottom of the first floor, and this is the ground level. So the strip of land, strip of building right here, it's about 4 or 5 feet, but between the bottom of the first floor and the ground level. And that is all that, all of the space, occupied space behind this is behind that 4-foot strip, basically. And so our point is, whether or not you, under your seller policy, you allow this to be occupied, that wall has to be there because it holds up the house. And your code does not allow, without exceptions or variances, which you told us not to ask for, it doesn't allow pillars. So the other thing that it does is, up here in the top floor, we have, it's all just the living space, the living room, the kitchen, and the dining room. Down here are the bedrooms. So if you require us, if you were to require us to not occupy this space down here, we have to move those uses upstairs. And to do that, this gets bigger. This gets bigger. It gets wider on the hill. It comes out closer to the Maggie Court residence. And underneath that structure, you need walls to hold it up. So the use of the seller policy here allows us to do exactly what the seller policy says to do, which says to hide square footage in lieu of visible mass. That's exactly what's been done here. And that's why the design meets both the intent and the letter of the seller policy, and that's exactly what staff found and recognized in recommending approval to the Planning Commission on April 13th and on May 26th. Okay. This is a view from down the hill, and again, I'll point out, we're talking about privacy. These windows are above head level. This one is actually incorrectly shown in your plans on the wall. That window has been revised to be like these. It's just up above head level. That one I just pointed to, that's for the kitchen. Again, looking from sort of straight downhill, and this one allows me to show you not only the existing vegetation, but the proposed what's called a living fence, which I'll show you later, that screens, and you can see, it largely screens these the lower level windows here, and again, you don't have visibility in these. You should have seen these in your documents. These are the lines of sight showing from one end. This is from one end of the structure, the lines of sight. Don't go into the Maggie Court bedrooms or patios. And this is from the other end of the structure, the same thing. So we have really done it's a remarkable job of avoiding privacy intrusions. Now we're going to look at views from down the hill, Maggie Court. And one thing I want to point out, most of these photographs, we have not included the mature trees that are on the Maggie Court property, right? Those provide additional screening, but we don't control them, so we didn't include them in most of these diagrams. All right, these are from the steps going up to the path. Again, we're between the two of the buildings from the Maggie Court townhomes, looking up at the property. And again, the lower level, whether it's occupied or not, is mostly shielded, and that's important when you're talking about bulk and mass, because bulk and mass, those are visible concepts. It's not that they exist, it's that you can see them and they make things look bigger. These are more views. We were asked to show simulations, and there's an existing tree on Maggie Court. These are just more views as we slide along the side. The landscaping plan, the living fence, neighborhood outreach failed entirely. We couldn't get them to connect. And then this plan, just to clarify, we're not proposing this. This is what we are anticipating. If you asked, what else could you do? This is something we could do, slice 4 feet off. So I'd like to just have 30 seconds to wrap up, if I may. Just to describe this last slide.
Sure.
All right, thank you. So this is where we come from. The bottom are the 2 original homes, then March, then June. That's what the Planning Commission denied. That's what we're asking you to approve. And the top is just the alternative. But I want to remind you, these are 2 legal lots. Notwithstanding the advice you've got tonight, if we are denied, if we're not able to build a reasonable house, we're going to come back with 2 homes on 2 lots, and it's going to be more bulk, more mass, more.
Mr. Heckman, you need to speak in a microphone, otherwise
sorry.
people won't hear you.
Okay. Let me just repeat that. We really would like the council to approve this tonight. We think it complies with all of your requirements, qualitatively and quantitatively.
Okay.
But this is not a piece of land that is going to go
Mr.
undeveloped.
Heckman, I gave you 30 seconds.
I'm wanted to repeat what
30 minutes. Exactly.
That's all. So if we can't develop a one reasonable house here, we're going to come back with two, and they're going to have no variances, no exceptions. They're going to entirely comply with your requirements. And when we do that, what I think everyone's going to find is just it's going to be unavoidable that there's more mass, more bulk, more privacy concerns, and more traffic. So please adopt alternative number 2.
Okay,
Thank you.
council members, any questions? I'm going to go to Vice Mayor Rennie and then Council Member Jensen.
Thank you, Mayor Sack. So I think there's another option that I'd like to give you a chance to respond to. You said that if we don't allow you to have the cellar policy, in other words, you said not allowed to have living space there, then you'll make the house above larger. I think there's another option. It wouldn't be to say you can't have living space. It would just say that counts in your FAR, which would require you to say, let's say, have a less wide house, but still have the top and bottom. That to me seems like it could be an option versus not having any living space, but you still have this wall you need to support the house and make the top bigger. In other words, there's another option to just making the top of the house bigger. So it lets you respond to that idea.
Put this back in now that I don't have to be wandering back.
I guess it was a hard question.
So as I understand it, if you were to take that position and what I believe is ignore the language and the historic application of your cellar policy, there is something less than 200 square feet that could be used downstairs, which of course would not be enough to have 3 bedrooms and 2 baths. So you'd end up with a bunch of shrunken rooms upstairs and downstairs, because you'd have to shrink all the rooms upstairs. You'd end up with, I think, something like a 1,400 or 1,500 square foot home, which was actually smaller than the townhomes below it that are higher density, and of course less than half the size of the single family homes like ours, which are above it. So it seems like that would not be a compatible design in terms of utility in this neighborhood. It would be, really punitive to this property for its location that happens to be uphill of people who a townhome development that this town approved, looking up at a developable parcel. And again, I think that kind of concept could push the property owner to look, if we're going to have small homes, to look at 2 small homes rather than 1.
If I could just follow up, since you're mentioning 2 small homes, when the application came in 2008 with 2 homes, what were the sizes of those 2 homes, approximately? The 2 2,400 square foot homes, or?
Each one?
Actually, if you could funnel the questions so that one person speaks.
I'm hearing 4658. Is that both combined?
Yeah, so in 2010, it was 4638 combined.
Okay, so the 2 combined were 4638. So I can presume they were roughly split.
Is that just FAR countable, or is that
Countable FAR, correct.
countable
And
FAR?
again, the microphone we're being recorded, so the microphone can only capture one voice. So if you are going to speak, if you could introduce yourself so that we have this on record as well.
My name is Lars Guy. I'm on the design team.
Okay. And did you get
I think I'm finished. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Councilmember Jensen.
One of you, did you bring your geotechnical expert tonight?
We didn't. No.
You did not?
No, we didn't.
And I don't have a question.
Okay. But
Councilmember Spector.
apparently the town's consulting geotech is here, who reviewed all of that work.
Okay.
And could perhaps answer any questions.
So when we get to staff questions, we could ask.
It was actually a question of your geotechnical expert who spoke at the Planning Commission on, I guess it was May 25th, Mr. Hundemer. If he's not here, I don't have a question for someone else.
Okay. Councilmember Jensen, would you like staff?
It was going to be a question regarding his testimony,
Okay.
what he considered in making the answer. He's not here, so he
Okay.
can't answer it.
Okay, so Councilmember Spector.
Thank you. A couple questions. I believe that at staff's report, there was a statement or indication that the proposed home currently before the council has less square footage than the one that was before the Planning Commission. Two questions. Is that accurate, and if so, by how much?
The answer is no. The plan before you, the plan before you is the plan that the Planning Commission denied. We have provided an alternate that we are not proposing to answer in advance the question that we anticipated you might ask: can you reduce the bulk and mass even further? And so that plan was shown. It's the top of this current slide. It's directly behind you, Councilmember Spector. And well, actually, wait a minute. Is it? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's shown there. And the square footage reduction, I think, is 68 square feet.
Of the countable FAR, but we also have removed cellar.
Yeah, so it's 68 square feet countable plus the cellar portion that's not countable below it.
All right, my next question, I would ask, if at all possible, you put up your slide that you called View from Down the Hill. You had two.
Let's see.
That one's fine. Go back to...
This one?
That one's fine.
Okay.
Is it possible to the uppermost structure is, I'm assuming, the garage and the garage roof? Can that structure be removed?
It can. It can be removed. It can either be eliminated and just have an open parking deck. It can be moved to the side of the structure, either the left or right, which would add bulk and mass, potentially. That's why we sort of put it up there so it's barely visible. But yes, the answer to your question is it could be removed. You'd have open parking on the top, basically.
Thank you.
Right. Let me just augment
I think you have one more question.
Okay. There's a lighting issue associated with that.
Councilmember Spector, did you have an additional question?
I do not.
Okay. Councilmember Jensen.
Thank you. Mr. Heckman, I just wanted to be sure about regarding your position on the what I'm going to call the alternative proposal. That is something you do not wish us to consider tonight, so there is no information that we have before us tonight that you are proposing that was not presented to the Planning Commission on June 22nd.
Not exactly.
Are you presenting that as new information, or are you not? Do you want it to be considered?
Yes, as a possible alternative. Again, we are not abandoning, the point I'm trying to make is we're not abandoning the plan that the Planning Commission denied. But we are putting this plan forward as an alternate plan that further reduces bulk and mass for the town council's consideration, should they believe that the plan approved by the Planning Commission needs, denied by the Planning Commission, needs a further reduction in bulk and mass. So it is potential new information for you to consider under finding 2.
Council members, any other questions? Okay. With that, Mr. Hegman, if I could just ask you to fill out a card. You did? Okay. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up to public comment. You have 3 minutes to speak. If it's your first time here, when the yellow light goes on, that means you have 30 seconds remaining. Red light goes on, and then that's your 3 minutes. We have several speakers, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to call 3 at a time, and if you could just anticipate that you will be next. Noelle Masters is first, then Ken Lone, and then Mary Ann Lone. Noelle?
Hello, so I'm Noelle Masters. I live in Los Gatos and reside here. We have a small business in town. We are general contractors, so I'm speaking on behalf of the Rosses. I would just like to say that I came here on their behalf about 4 years ago and spoke in support of them to be able to build on a buildable lot that they purchased. We aren't talking about large developers here. We're talking about people that live in our community that did their due diligence and research and knowing what the intent was for the property was to build a home. And so it surprised me that it was 4 years and we're still trying to get through this process for them. They live here, they work here, their kids go to school here. They've done their due diligence and have acquiesced to everything that the town has asked, to come back again and again and just to sort of end up hitting a brick wall over and over again. So my feeling is that it would be of benefit to the town, to them, to be able to move forward, to build a property that is appropriate within the neighborhood, within their right to build on the neighborhood, in the neighborhood and on their lot. I know that there are other people here that are in support of them that may not end up standing up to speak. So if they could show their hands that if they're in support of Deb and Dan Ross for this process. So they appreciate all the time of you being here, and hopefully you'll take into account the time they've spent in acquiescing to all the requirements that have been put before them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Masters. Any questions? Okay, the next speaker, Ken Lone. And I apologize if I'm pronouncing it incorrectly.
I'm Ken Lown. I live at 156 Maggie Court. I've lived there with my wife for about 10 years in town. There's really just a couple of things I want to talk to. So there was a proposal for 2 homes, 2 very large homes. There was this concept about this one home being a reduction in bulk and mass, but the single home now being proposed is larger than either of the previous 2 homes. The perspective from the Maggie Court homes down on that court is not well represented by the pictures that were presented here tonight. The visual perspective is much more significant. It is, although there are a number of other reasons, including some reasons that were not discussed tonight, relative to the Bella Vista Avenue residence. The structure is massive from the perspective of the Maggie Court homes below. You know, we were asked a number of times, well, what would be acceptable? Of course, we hesitate to talk about, designing or presenting what might be acceptable. Maybe something literally cut straight down the middle. There was discussions about if they reduce the size of the house, the rooms get smaller. There was no discussion about you could have fewer rooms and keep size. It could be a smaller residence. I don't know if that becomes economically feasible, but certainly a smaller residence could be built there. And that's really all I have to say tonight.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you. Marianne Lone.
Marianne Lown, 156 Maggie. 2 things I want to point out. One, I have been meeting with Dan Ross on many occasions. It's been implied that the neighbors haven't been responsive, haven't tried. We have. We've communicated over and over and over, and we said the same thing, and nothing seems to change. We get the same similar presentation with slight variations. So that's frustrating. But so I do believe that I've been able to speak with him in person along with other neighbors and want to make a point about that. Secondly, just to talk about Los Gatos is a lovely place to live, and people want to live here. And I know many people who live in tiny places here and love it. There are cottages, there are little places, there are apartments, everything that people will live in. And along the street of Bella Vista, there's charming little houses too, not just big ones. And I don't think that the size of the home that we live in on Maggie Court should be a relevant comparison to what size should be built on that very fragile hill that I'm surprised anything could be built on. So that's just my opinion.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you for your time. So the next three, Sarah Reynolds, and then John McCool, and then Natalia Stulskaya. So Ms. Reynolds.
Hi, I'm Sarah Reynolds. I'm here to support the Ross family. I live on Templeton Lane, which, if you're familiar, Bella Vista goes to Caldwell, and we are just off Caldwell. Walk my dog, my kids down Bella Vista all the time, well aware of where the property is. I've walked everywhere down below, to the court below, and based on what I'm seeing, I just don't see it being a problem. It's an attractive home. They're a lovely family. I support it 100%.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, John McCool.
Thank you. My name is John McCool. I live at Vista Del Mar, Los Gatos. I want to speak on behalf of the proposal and the appeal. For me, going from two legal buildable lots to a single home is a big win. We have congestion in the area. We've had testimony here about traffic concerns, and reducing the number of homes, I think, is a good deal. If you look at the April 3rd minutes, there was considerable discussion and issues raised by the neighbors, really not around the particulars of that home, but about the buildability of the lot, which you addressed and had questions of. And I think we validated through this process that it's likely that someone will build on those two lots. If it's not the Rosses, someone's going to come forward and build two homes. So I think it behooves us to approve a single-family home on the two lots and combine them. The second has to do with the process. So I've seen the Rosses go through 2010 to now to bring this forward. Through many appeals, I think they've tried to address the concerns of the neighbors. They've maintained the majority of the trees on the site. They've reduced the square footage from what I saw in the minutes, 42% from the two original home proposals to what they have today. So I think this meets the concerns of the neighbors. The lots are buildable according to the council and according to the commission, and I'd rather see one home on that lot than two. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Next speaker, Natalia Stulskaya.
Good evening. My name is Natalia Stulskaya. I'm the owner of 152 Maggie Court. Our house is down the hill from the lot for the proposed property at 341 Bella Vista Avenue. And I live there with my family since 2006, so for about 10 years now. We are extremely concerned about the proposed development in areas of excessively large structure, removal of large landmark trees, and privacy. We believe that the proposed structure is excessively large, given a slope that averages at 53 degrees, and homes below. The proposed construction is significantly larger than the lot constraints allowed. And also it includes 1,100 square feet space that is classified as a cellar. This cellar is a living space with bedrooms and bathrooms. And in the construction on a flat lot, a large cellar might hide bulk and mass while remaining invisible to the surrounding properties. But on a hillside, the effect of such design is exactly opposite. They increase bulk and mass and visible to the down the hill residents. Also, I would like to mention that Mr. Ross, on multiple occasions in his letters and emails, he's trying to present our neighborhood in negative light, and that we are not cooperative, do not provide any feedback. So since the beginning of the project, today I believe is our 10th meeting, we've met inside of these walls, and also we had a couple of meetings outside. We also have all our letters, and our letters have all the feedback, all the concerns, all the issues. So I don't think it's very unfair to say that we are not cooperating, we do not provide feedback. We cannot design the houses for this project, but we provide feedback every single time there is a change to the plans or requested from them, so we always cooperate. My family do not support this project, and I would like to ask the mayor and the council members to make right, weighted and objective decision. I would like to ask to deny the appeal and uphold the decision of the Planning Commission to deny this project.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank
you.
you. Next, three speakers, Forrest Strait, Pat Tillman, and then Nick Williamson.
Forrest Strait, 211 Bachman, and 146 Maggie. It seems like the architectural exercise has been to try and put 20 pounds into a 10-pound bag. And when you look at the town guidelines, it allows 1,300 plus a little bit square footage, whether it's one house or two. I don't think any of us are opposed to 1,300 square feet. This is a two-story structure with a garage above it. From my perspective, what I see is a home that's now closer. It used to be 40 foot. I think it's closer than 40 foot and approximately 50 to 60 foot above me. It's when you look at bulk and mass, it's gigantic. They could show all the trees and all this stuff, but I think the site shows that every single oak tree gets torn down, and it's not like the pictures. There will be no trees. I think it's just a total clear cut. I think that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Strait. Any questions? Okay, thank you. Pat Tillman?
Good evening. My name is Pat Tillman. I live at 150 Maggie Court. I live just down the hill. I don't even think it's that far. It's basically in our backyard from this project. We have been before you several times. We've been doing this now for north of 5 years. Our priorities here are, number one, our privacy, and the second one is we sort of kind of think that you should enforce the law. It's kind of a big deal. And for someone that sat on the, General Plan Update Advisory Committee, Mr. Ross should know the rules. He's trying to, it's not just stretching them, he's breaking them. We've been here so many times between here and the Planning Commission, and not one person in a position of authority has approved any plan that he has submitted. Not one. They keep saying we've satisfied all this. I don't know where that comes from. There was at a time a recommendation from the planning department, but they don't have the authority to make a decision on here. You folks do, the Planning Commission does. Not one person has ever voted for any plan they have ever submitted. It's been unanimous across the board. I quoted in one of my letters north of 70 warnings to them to follow the law. They even put it up here, clicked it off pretty quick. There will be no exceptions. Follow the law. And here we are again. And this presentation is misleading, very misleading. What I had was I can go to, the law is really, for them, it's not all that tough. I put it in my letters. The FAR says 1,401 square feet for both lots combined. That's it, 1,401. And they get one story. I'll tell them how to build it. I've been trying not to. You get no more than 1,401 square feet because the FAR should be the max for a 60-degree slope. Average is 53, but it gets a lot steeper the norther you get. In any case, you get 1,401 square feet. They get one story. That's it. They don't get 3 stories. They get 1. They get a garage because you can't have a carport on a 60-degree slope. It's not even a carport, a flat area where cars are going to be parking. Can't do that. It's not a good idea. Anyway, that's what they can have. Save as many trees as you can. A couple of things. I don't know if this showed up. It'll probably show up later.
Mr. Tillman, you're going to need to bring the microphone with you if you plan on speaking.
There is a driveway, and I didn't have the specifics on it. The driveway is flat. It goes down in. It's more than a 15-degree slope. It's probably closer to 30, 35 degrees. They have a diagram here on it. They finally showed that. So that's another violation. There's a number of them, quite a few of them.
Council, any questions of Mr. Tillman? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next speaker, Nick Williamson.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Madam Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, Council members. My name is Nick Williamson. I live at 148 Maggie Court, which is the property directly below this project, with my wife Laura and family. You're familiar with the site. You've heard of the presentation so far. This is a severely constrained residential building plot subject to the Hillside Standards and Guidelines. And that is the real difference between other residential plots. This is an urban hillside. It's designated, and it's subject to the Hillside Standards. And they are a very descriptive set of rules, and they set some things out here which are and they include avoid slopes over 30%. We don't want to get degrees and percent mixed up. This is averaging 53%, almost double that. It says 30% is hazardous. Build in the least restricted development area. There is no least restricted development area on this site. Minimize the damage to the natural environment. There are around 10 protected trees. 2 of them are 100-year-old oak trees. And the arborist has said that a number of those are going to come out. Shall not be prominently visible to surrounding properties. This is a test of bulk and mass, and it's not it's a non-discretionary standard, so it can't be prominently visible. It can be the other way around. You could say it's too small, maybe, but it's not. You can't say it's not prominently visible. Do not expect to get to the maximum FAR, and it says in the standards, the FAR is not a goal. We have heard tonight testimony from the appellant that he's using the FAR as a goal. And I don't believe in these numbers that we're throwing around. I mean, I'm not going to throw a number around. It needs to be small to be not bulky and massive. Greater weight, it says there, shall be given to issue, rather than the FAR, shall be given to issues including height, building mass and scale, visual impacts, grading and compatibility. All of those are to come first. And that's what we're looking at. When you're looking at these houses, the design challenge for anyone buying this bit of land is to make something pretty hidden. And that has buyer beware screaming all over this plot of land. And I don't think we should be here, and we're talking about sizes of property, regulating an investment. This is all about what did the buyer see and think get away with. And the rules really are there to protect our town and protect our hillsides and protect the values that we want here. I just want to say something on compatibility, because the general plan actually has a policy which, oh my word, says infill projects shall contribute to the neighborhood. And you can go on, the Hillside Standards are actually broken all over here. The neighborhood requirements ask that you should fit with the rules, you should be compatible, you should minimize the damage, you should minimize the bulk and mass. And this house is not minimizing the mass. I picked up some Lego bricks. If this was the floor area, it could have been designed any which way up to fit the floor area. Instead, it's been put side by side and put a big foundation, which has been living area. That breaks the Hillside Standards because it does not minimize volume, it maximizes it. So I would like you to uphold the appeal.
Thank you, Mr. Williamson. Any questions? Okay. I have 2 more speaker cards. Deborah Chin and then Eric Morley.
Hi, good evening. My name is Deborah Chin, and I live at 154 Maggie Court in the Bella Vista townhomes. I think there are 2 things that we can all agree here on. The first is that these are difficult lots to build on. The second is that the applicant has the right to build on the property. But if we look at the history of this, it's not about supporting or not supporting Mr. Ross. He seems like a lovely person. He has a lovely family. I think that when he bought the property in 2004, the Hillside Standards and Guidelines were established. It was a caveat emptor situation, and there was a long history prior to this of difficulty with site development at the location. I think we reference back to the 2-home application, and when this came before the Planning Commission in 2011, I believe it was Commissioner O'Donnell who said that the applicant has a right to build on it, but not beyond what the law allows. Further, it was then Chair Sayak who said that she empathizes that these are terrible lots, but the standards and guidelines need to be followed. So as we all know, the Planning Commission voted to deny this application for reasons of bulk and mass and neighborhood compatibility. At the end of the day, we can debate FAR and lot coverage, but it's really about the bulk and the mass. And because of the extreme slope, this is magnified when from the perspective that it is being built. If we talk about neighborhood compatibility, it's not something that's good for the developer and not good for the rest of the neighborhood. We have over 60 signatures against this project, and I think that speaks volumes. So I would ask that the town council follows the recommendation of the planning commission and denies this application based on the fact that there were no irregularities with the proceedings and the planning commission did not abuse their discretion in the interpretation of the seller policy, and I think that's what we're here for. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Chin. Any questions? Okay, and my last speaker card for tonight is Eric Morley.
Thank you, Chair Sayok and council members. My name is Eric Morley, address 16322 Lilac Lane. I'm a resident of Los Gatos. My office is actually directly across from this property. I look at this property every single day from my office at 405 Alberta Way, and I've been looking at it for the last 10 years during this application, and I followed. I'm here this evening to support this application. I was also at the meeting when the town council gave Mr. and Mrs. Ross very explicit direction. Merge the lots, build one house. No variances, no exceptions, build to the hill. Mr. and Mrs. Ross listened, they complied, they meet every single requirement of the town code and the Hillside Design Guidelines. You've heard a lot of testimony tonight. I would ask you to ask your professional staff to answer any of those questions. This application meets your requirements. I think that, and I've also followed the process with the community, and I think Mr. Ross has not only followed the quantitative, but the qualitative and gone over and above. He's offered, he's modified. Mrs. Ross has made adjustments. They've made changes to this plan. They've done nothing but be flexible. What they haven't heard is what people are for. They've heard what people are against. And so I would encourage this council to overturn the Planning Commission's decision. Again, they followed the rules, and I think it's incumbent upon the council to enable and to applaud and to reward good behavior and people that are following your rules, which Mr. and Mrs. Ross have done, and to approve this project this evening. It's a single-family home. It's modest. It's clearly compatible. If you simply look at the 35-foot tall homes that are 4,000 square feet below them in terms of neighbor compatibility and all of the screening, this is a very modest home. They comply with the definition of your seller policy. Your staff has said that repeatedly. The city attorney or town attorney has clarified that as well. And so I would just encourage the council to do the right thing this evening. Well, it may not be the popular thing in terms of neighborhood opposition, but to do the right thing this evening and approve this compliant plan. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay. With no questions, I ask, I guess, Mr. Heckman, if you will be doing the 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Bart Heckman again, and I think I'm going to give back some of the extra time that you're gracious enough to give me on the front end because I have very few points to make. If I can have the slideshow back up, I'll come back to one point there. Just a couple of clarifications just to make sure the record is clear. Of the large trees on the property, there are 24 of them. 3 are identified for removal. The other 21 are all staying. And in fact, one of the large ones was going to be kept when with the two-house proposal because it's right in the middle. And that's one of the ones, unfortunately, that needs to go. In terms of maxing the FAR, just so the record's clear, that's not true. The maximum allowed on this site is 1,486 square feet. The FAR proposed is $1,294, so it's significantly lower than max. We're not trying to max the FAR. And I guess I need to address the issue of buildable lots, and particularly the rezoning, because I think the one question not asked of your council was, tell us about the concept of spot zoning. When you have a residentially designated parcel surrounded entirely by residentially designated parcels that are built with residential structures, and you change the zoning of that little parcel to anything that's not residential, it's effectively anything unusable, like agriculture, like open space, and you have announced in a council meeting that you're, the possibility that that might be a method of avoiding a taking. That's a taking. That would be a taking. And so I would dissuade you from thinking that that is a solution to this problem. It's not. It's not. These are two legal lots. They are buildable, meaning that they can have homes on each of them that complies with all the requirements of the town. And so what we're really looking for here, we're not looking for litigation. We're not looking for a fight. We're looking for one reasonably sized house on this difficult site. And so I did want to show you just one slide to, let's see if I can find it here. Oops. I really want to just focus for a minute on the difference between privacy and visibility. And there's a good slide back here that will help me. So we are focused on privacy. The idea that we don't want to look into the neighbors' windows or patios, and they don't want, because they don't want us to, and we don't want them, frankly, looking into our windows. So we've addressed that in this plan. That's different from visibility. There's no way to hide this house from these homes that were built below a steep hill. We have made it as narrow as we can from top to bottom. It is well screened, but there's no code requirement you have to make homes invisible. And so I did want to make that final distinction. So again, we would ask you to grant our appeal using alternative 2, ideally, from the Planning Commission, and can answer any further questions you may have of us. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to start with Vice Mayor Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Sack. Mr. Heckman, so it was interesting to me that no residents from Bella Vista spoke today. I wrote down everybody that spoke. I didn't see any Bella Vista. Maybe that means you addressed all their concerns. Could you summarize maybe quickly what were their concerns and how did you address them? Just I like to kind of make sure I've looked from all the angles.
Certainly. So the primary concerns that were heard earlier in this process and in the earlier 2010-12 process were, number one, visibility. Don't block our views, right, because the original proposals were actually at Bella Vista grade. And then and so we did that by dropping the house down to the 15%, using the 15% driveway. And then the other concern that came up in the Planning Commission was traffic. Our original driveway design was narrow and would have required cars to back out onto Bella Vista. Neighbors on Bella Vista felt that was a dangerous condition, and so that new driveway design that I showed you allows cars to do a 3-point turn and come out facing forward.
If I could follow up. So your new driveway, let's assuming the cars do go out forward, you're coming up a slope. It's not a flat driveway, which is easier to see. If you're coming up a slope, are you still going to have enough visibility to see then with the slope driveway?
That was actually an issue that came up at the Planning Commission, and if you compare the March diagram from the to the June diagram, what you'll also notice is the mouth, the apron of the driveway was widened at the street to allow you to sort of cheat in either direction to gain better visibility.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of Councilwoman Spector?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You mentioned the basis for the granting the appeal that you think exists. And can you tell me which one that is? You may have used a number and I just missed it.
Oh, I referred a couple of times to alternative number 2 in the staff report. Is that what you're referring me to?
It may be, but can you verbalize it to me? Why should we grant your appeal?
So the alternative number 2, the staff recommendation follows the Planning Commission, but they gave you a list of alternatives. Alternative number 2 is to uphold the appeal and make the findings here at the council level to uphold the appeal, and they've provided, I believe, attachment 16 for that purpose for you.
And what is, I understand that you're an attorney, so that's why I'm going to keep at you on this. What is the basis of our under 29-2300? What is the basis for our granting the appeal under your point of view?
I'm going to need to, is this part of attachment 16, one of the findings?
It is a finding,
I
yes.
don't have the your code sections memorized,
Okay.
but I think I brought.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to make it easier for you, maybe. A is error or abuse of discretion. B, new information. 3, an issue of policy over which the commission did not have discretion.
I'm sorry. Yes, those are the 3 findings. The 3 reasons for the appeal that are actually in your appeal form.
And of those, which one have you, has your client substantiated with the evidence that we received here today?
I believe it 1 and 3. Because, again, notwithstanding the staff report, the Planning Commission's decision was in part based upon a bulk and mass consideration and their interpretation of the seller policy.
All right, thank you.
And I'm getting there. Okay. All right. And then also, as questions from Councilmember Jensen elicited earlier, number 2 is new information, and that is the prospect of a revised plan that has been submitted to the council and available for your review that would further reduce bulk and mass.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Actually, I have several now for your architect, if you don't mind. Okay. So if you could just walk through. One of the things that we've heard consistently through the neighbors was the bulk and mass and the ability to design creatively a home that would fit within our Hillside design guidelines that would hide bulk and mass. In your opinion, based on what you have, what are some of the features you've incorporated into this design that hides bulk and mass?
For the most part, the fact that it is sunk into the hill as much as it is with the cellar space, it effectively makes it a visible one-story home. The other thing is the selective screening that we've employed, the selective fenestration that we've employed as well. But one thing that wasn't touched on is we've tried to hide the bedrooms and those rooms down below where they can be effectively screened and set back. If you were to look at an alternative where you try to put some bedrooms and other living spaces up above, the code would require you to employ other, well, for lack of better words, egress. So you would have to change the windows and provide egress from some of these rooms, and you would have bedrooms and other living spaces looking down more prominently on the building below.
So whether it's this picture or another one that you think is better, one of the specific comments we heard today was one story. If you were to, based on this, you can see 1.5 based on this picture. If you're that neighbor and this is their balcony looking up. And I understand there's different interpretations of the seller policy, but are there ways, other than raising a fence, are there other ways that you can incorporate to soften that facade? I think that's the biggest issue that's facing.
Let me approach the screen here.
Yes, please.
It's the design that may be slightly deceiving. The floor level for the main level is approximately right here. This is kind of just a wood wainscot to kind of bring the mass of the structure down. So effectively, you're looking at a one-story building just above this. Most of it is hidden behind the existing grade, and there is some behind the green fence there.
Okay, and then what are your floor plates?
The depths of the floors?
Correct.
Well, the structure is probably between 12 and 16 inches to...
Between?
Yes.
Okay.
One thing I wanted to also point out is the building is only 20 feet wide at the widest point across the slope. We have not pushed it to the extent of the setback. We are giving up 8 to 10 to 12 feet depending on where you measure the lot. We're holding that as far to the east as possible.
Okay. And one last question. If you were to design a one-bedroom house, and you mentioned the egress, can you just show me whether it's this picture or another? Are you saying then that the bedroom that you would have to put above would have to have larger windows? Is that what I heard you say?
Per the code, you have to have a minimum above the floor.
Because...
Correct.
Exit.
And since we are set into the hill as much as we are, we do not have a lot of available room to the north, the south, or any to the east. Everything would be on the west.
Okay, and I actually thought of one more final question. The garage on top. What are some alternatives to that? Looking at ways to minimize what the neighborhood below can see. I heard get rid of it so it's an open carport, open driveway, or put it on the side. If you were to put it on the side, though, would you meet the slope requirements that the fire department is asking for?
Well, let me just correct a few things that were stated that are not correct.
Okay.
We do meet all the requirements for slope and grade. It's a 45-foot long driveway. The difference between the garage level to the street is approximately 5 feet. So you're not coming up out of a steep canyon and just skylining there. It's a gentle approach at a softer angle. We have looked at alternative garage designs. There's really nothing you can do besides what we have done, which is create a shed garage. So the portion of the garage on the north side of the building is actually about 4.5 feet off. A plate height of about 4.5 feet, and then it gently slopes up. So it's not a full height functioning garage in a typical sense. It's kind of a very small carport shed.
And for your carport, is that a two-car?
It is a two-car. It's 400 square feet.
And I thought of one more. I keep thinking of my final. Landscaping around. If privacy is of concern, do you have a visual of what the landscaping around would be? I understand what you did for windows inside the home, but once the occupants are outside, what privacy shields are available?
I think it was an earlier slide, but this might be easier to get to. So the landscape architect who is not here provided this a while ago, and basically these big circles of the muted green are the existing significant trees that will remain. The smaller trees and shrubs along here have been identified as compatible with the site and at a certain size and scale that will work in this regard, trying to achieve the desired result.
Okay, I see questions now. I'm going to go to Vice Mayor Rennie and then Councilwoman Spector.
Thank you, Mayor Sack. So I'm having a little trouble with the idea that the bottom floor is mostly covered or hidden behind the hill. Example is if we look up here at the south-facing one and you look at the patio that shows there, it looks like the person walks straight out, and it looks like if you look towards Maggie Court, which is kind of this way in the drawing, it looks like almost that whole floor is not below ground when I look at it from that perspective.
That's due to the fact that it's a building section. Let me pull up something else here.
If you could hand it to our clerk, that would be helpful, and then she could pass it out to us. Thank you.
And what are we supposed to be looking at specifically? So we all look at the
exactly.
same thing.
And so, Mr. Architect, if you could, as this is going around, would you prefer us to watch your diagram, or would you like to explain?
I can address both at the same time, but let's just start with.
And part of the question really is how, to be a cellar, it has to be less than 4 feet. So somehow we're calling this less than 4 feet that's sticking out above it. And I do see how it is a little recessed where the patio is.
One thing I do want to point out relative to some comments that were made before, that this is not towering 50 or 60 feet above the neighboring units. You can refer to this lower diagram in this section here, and the lower level floor, which contains the bedrooms, is approximately 3 feet above the bedrooms across the way at Maggie Court. So the significant difference of habitable rooms for sleeping is almost, there's parity there. As far as what you're seeing in the building sections that you described as much more open and not, it's just due to the fact that it's a 2D planar cut through the building. But as you can see from this model and some of the other drawings, it is well recessed in and well tucked. And do we have, let's see here.
So in the back, how many feet are above ground?
There's 0 in the back.
Sorry, let me repeat it with my mic on for the record. How many feet on the lower level are above ground? It can't be 0. I see more than 0.
Oh, I thought you said on the back.
So, well, facing towards Maggie Court.
Well, approximately in the middle of the structure where the grade comes right up, probably to about 5 feet, it engages the building. So 5 feet up of the lower structure, roughly chin height for myself.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can we go back to the photo that we were talking about a couple times ago where you have the view from Maggie Court looking up?
Let's see.
That's that one.
Yeah.
This one's fine.
Sure.
And it's a question for nobody.
Oh, that one.
Yes, we're ready to go.
Sorry.
It's okay. Let's go back to, I think, the questions that Ms. Sayak was asking, which is what does, I don't know if this is what she said, but what does one story look like? Right now I'm looking at that, and I see the first level, the top of the first level window, and then I see a dark brown area which has the elevated windows, and then I see the garage. What can you do to lower the visibility and impact of that building to the people who are living on Maggie Court?
Unfortunately, you're not going to have much opportunity to lower the building at all because you won't have access from the street to a lower building. The grade change is too great to overcome that challenge. Referring to the question, if this was a one-story building, in theory, the foundation would be here. So the same mass and bulk would be visible. It would just be filled in with landscaping in front. It would be on a 5-foot-tall foundation at grade, which is allowed by the Hillside Design Guidelines.
And just please remind me, why is it that that would be 5 feet of foundation as opposed to a first story or bottom story living unit?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Why would that all be foundation down there?
If you're asking for a one-story house, you cannot physically bring it down any further without excavating out the hill. But also at that point, you've broken the link between the grade at street to the garage or the building pad for parking above. You've separated them. It's due to the slope.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I thought of a couple more. When I did my site visit, there were 2 colors netting, an orange and a yellow.
Sure.
Can you walk me through what I was looking at?
What we haven't discussed at length is the March submittal, which was the more rectilinear building that we had that had a big cantilever on it, and that was the original orange webbing that was placed out there that many found offensive at the time. So back in June, this provided solution was to eliminate the cantilever and cut 7 vertical feet off the end of the north part of the building and set that down into the hillside. This elevation was up here previously and projecting out to the northwest. And the yellow netting represents this revision that we tried to accommodate in June.
Okay, any other questions, council members? Okay, and my last one.
No, sure.
It's really my last one. Under new information, there is a new submit that could be an alternative. Do you have a picture of that, and can you walk me through what are the changes from this picture to the revised one?
I would have to refer you to the typical architectural elevation.
Okay.
Can we? And it's in the plan set.
It's in the plans, right, but if you could walk me through why that is an even more improved version, that would be helpful. Understanding that once we close it, we won't be able to ask you any more questions.
So just going back to the March submittal, when we combined the two lots, made it one rectilineal main floor living area. That March meeting was actually sounding pretty optimistic at the time. We went back to the drawing board regarding driveway access and orientation, turnarounds, eliminate some of the cantilever, the mass, the bulk, the volume. We did drop it 7 feet, as mentioned, on the north end, as well as pushing it further, 7 feet further to the hill, to the east. This new information, as designated by the yellow swatch to the north, we've eliminated yet another 4 feet projecting to the north. So from the time we came through in March to where we are now, we've effectively eliminated another 236 square feet, both in FAR and cellar. And just to follow up with that, so 2010, we were at 4650 FAR. We're now at 1294 FAR. That's over 70% reduction.
Okay, Councilwoman Spector.
Thank you. Using this is a potential revision that we're looking at right now, correct?
It's an option. I think I have to be careful about the semantics.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
All right.
The answer is yes.
We won't use semantics. Options, possibilities.
Yes.
Looking at that, whatever it is characterized as, is it possible to also take the garage roof line off and use some other kind of parking process?
May I put this slide back up, please? It's a hard lot to see from any realistic point of view because it is so heavily forested and steep. But we have the driveway coming down here. This is a planter shelf, a green roof that also cantilevers out that provides some sightline protection. If you were to eliminate that, you would have a parking pad without any form of guardrail. So in theory, you could put up some balusters and some wire, or maybe a plexiglass or some other form of retention, but you need something up there to prevent people from walking off the edge.
All right, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, well, thank you for your time. I am now closing the public testimony portion of tonight's hearing. Before we begin into questions of staff as well as just overall comments, I'd like each council member to go through their disclosures, starting with Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor. I met with the applicants earlier today, or I should say the appellants earlier today, and their representatives.
I met with the appellants yesterday. I met with people on Maggie Court some time ago, but I have met with them regarding this project. I live on Bella Vista. I am outside of the 500-foot conflict zone, which we checked with the staff many, many times. So I'm actually qualified to consider this item. And as a result of where I live, I go by this property every day.
Okay, I also met with appellants as well as neighbors on Maggie Court on yesterday. And as has already been said, I've seen various iterations of this as a planning commissioner.
I met with the appellants, I believe it was last week, and Sunday I met with members of Maggie Court and looked at it from 2 backyards, I guess, sort of, and also drove Bella Vista a couple times to look at it from the top.
Thank you. I met with the appellants last week. They brought 2 models. I believe it's the same 2 models that are here now. And they use those models because you can move one part and put it into another one to give examples of what the variations would be in the architecture. I drove Bella Vista. I went down to Maggie Court. I have done that before when this issue was before us in prior years, but I did it again. I did meet with members of the Maggie Court area in the past, but not this time. In the past, I have gone into various condominiums and looked at this property, but I didn't do it this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any questions of staff? Councilwoman Jensen, and then I'll go to Vice Mayor.
Thank you. My question is, as a member of the Policy Committee, I know that the Policy Committee has discussed and recommended changes to our basement and cellar policy. And my question is, what is the status of the changes that were discussed and recommended by the Policy Committee?
We are proposing to bring them to you next week at your December 15th meeting.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Sack. I think I have several questions. Maybe I'll do a few and then give others a chance. Let me start with the Hillside Guidelines. To me, this seems a little strange to use Hillside Guidelines on this because, granted, it's a steep hill. It's not really in the hillsides from what I consider hillsides. That's why I wanted to ask some questions about it. Let's start with, so this is over 30%. What do the Hillside Guidelines say you could build on something that's over 30%?
And we have the director to answer as well. But the Hillside Design Guidelines apply the FAR for the Hillside Design Guidelines to the R1, which this is in. And so does the zoning ordinance. And the guidelines are looking at, when we talk about the optimum development area, the LRDA, or that would be outside the 30% slope. But as has been noted in this case, it's a steep slope. So that doesn't exactly exist. So one has to pick the best site within the site to construct a home.
So I think that answered one of my questions. Normally we would find a flat LRDA area, but since one doesn't exist in the lot, it's not required really then.
Correct.
I think the director wants to add a little to that.
Yeah.
So I just add that, because this site does not contain any least restrictive development area, and because we have to allow construction on the site, that then you look to the site to pick the best location for a home, in this case, on that site. We haven't had many in this scenario. We have had, I can recall one in particular, and it wasn't that it had zero, but it had an extremely small LRDA up towards the road in the setbacks, and that was up in the Santa Rosa area that was approved a few years ago.
If I could follow with a similar question. So in the Hillside Guidelines, as I think it was Mr. Williamson mentioned, it talks about giving greater weight to height, building mass, scale, visual impacts, grading. Again, those sound like they're designed for out in a real hillside. Visual impacts are, it seems like they were designed to keep people from seeing things on a ridgetop from the valley floor. Do they really apply the same way here? And you see what I'm saying? It sounds like they seem like these kinds of things are written to keep it from visible from a valley floor a long ways away, not a neighbor next door. I mean, we have other reasons to block neighbor next door, but...
To get back to one of your first question, so when the Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines were addressed or developed, there were the obvious areas, which were properties that were zoned hillside that were designated in the hillside area on the map. And then there were other areas in town that were not necessarily hillside zoned. They were R1 zoned, but they either contained steep slopes or had other characteristics that staff made a determination at that time that they should be added. Technically, they apply here. What you need to do is use your judgment given the circumstances of this site and determine whether or not those are appropriate in this setting compared to a setting where you may be looking at a number of homes that are on lots that are an acre, 5 acres, 10 acres. And so it's important to use that in your deliberations.
So if I could follow on with a little bit different question, but maybe along the same line. So more than one speaker said they're not following the law. Are they following the law? And we probably need to think there's objective parts to the law and things that are a little more subjective. So are they following all the objectives? Are they asking for any variances anywhere?
There are no exceptions, and I think the law, whether that's Hillside Guidelines or the cellar policy, as was stated at the Planning Commission meeting, staff has consistently applied the cellar policy in the difference between the basement and cellar across a number of projects similar to what is here. That's why I believe you asked questions earlier relating to, well, I can see, some of the downhill side. And to get back to Ms. Jensen's earlier comment, that is one of the things that we're looking to address in future revisions to the town code, and maybe no longer having that designation of basement versus cellar, but looking at it, if you have any area that exceeds 4 feet from the ground, then that entire area would be counted as FAR. So this meets all the technical requirements. There are subjective requirements, as you mentioned, and so I didn't hear any specific delineations from the one speaker that I recall mentioning following the law, but staff believes that there is the ability to interpret. That's how we've interpreted it. Planning Commission obviously disagreed, and the council can either choose to find that it is appropriate and meets those requirements, or agree with the Planning Commission.
If I could just do one more before I give somebody else a chance. Maybe you don't have more to add, but in case you do, let me, my next comment is the fact that they have a patio coming out of a cellar, to me, sort of says it's not really a cellar. And again, you're probably going to tell me that's something that we didn't think to address in the guideline, but it seems like it almost negates it being a cellar. Any comments on that?
Well, that's in the town code in the distinction between basement and cellar. So we've consistently applied it that this happens on a sloped lot. In a flat lot, obviously you don't have this scenario. But on a sloped lot, portions of it, as it is buried into the hill, once it hits that level where more than 4 feet of that elevation is out of the ground, then it becomes basement. And so there's a distinction of area that's counted as cellar does not count as FAR, but area that is classified as basement does. We've had other projects in the past where it was completely buried less than 4 feet all the way to the face, and a complete face was exposed. Again, I think that gets to some of the mass and scale conversations that were had at Planning Commission that probably will happen this evening, is that it does lend to the mass and scale from that downhill side, but it still is, from the technical interpretation of the basement cellar distinction, permitted.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor. For Mr. Paulson, we received some conflicting information from the public versus the appellant on whether or not the FAR was legitimate or not based on the slope. Can you just give me a summary of the FAR in reference to the slope and if it's appropriate?
So the FAR, there's two different calculations. There is an FAR in the Hillside Guidelines, which I believe, I think it was Mr. Williamson, mentioned at 1401. When you use the FAR from the zoning code, the maximum, I believe, is 1486. And so the distinction there is either way you deal with it, from the Hillside Guidelines or the zoning code, there's a 60% reduction anytime you have more than 30% average slope on the site. So that 60% reduction was taken into account. The interpretation that some of the neighbors believe should be used for the FAR from the Hillside Guidelines, if there's a table and it stops at lots that are 11,000 square feet or less, it has a 34.5% FAR ratio, and which leads you to a 3,800 square foot maximum house. Staff has not applied that. I think that their intention with the 1401 is that you take the reduced lot size, which is in the 4,000 and change range, and multiply that by the 34.5%, which leads you to the 1401. In either case, they still are underneath that FAR.
Thank you.
Any other question? Vice Mayor Rennie?
Thank you. If I can follow along that line, so I guess a lot of this is about visual, bulk, mass, scale, and why. So the question is, and I think it may go to bulk, mass, and scale, but I want to find out, is why on a hillside is the FAR percentage reduced? Why was it written that way? I understand that it is, but what was the intention?
So I wasn't here when it went into place for originally, I think in 97 the FAR went into place, but I believe that generally if you have a sloped site, it's typically a more constrained site, so you shouldn't be afforded as much square footage as if you were on a flat lot. And so that's where the reduction comes into play. And it's not just the hillsides, it's any lot, even in R1 zone, not in the hillside area, that has an average slope of over 10%, there's a formula that you run through that reduces the allowed FAR in that instance.
I do have another question if nobody else does. Changing subjects a little bit, I see in the Planning Commission testimony, I think it may have even been you that said it too, that the impacts of the trees and the slope analysis and stability of the slope had been addressed earlier. But I wanted to ask a little bit about the trees. When I went out there, it looked like the two biggest trees were going to be wiped out by this. So what was the resolution on the trees? We just decided we'd wipe out the biggest trees, or?
Well, I think in looking at the appropriate area, wherever you move this house, you're going to remove generally, I believe, 2 of the largest trees. And so it was looking at that in conjunction with the other constraints of slope and trying to get a driveway that complied with both the 15% and also could help with visibility. This space requires the removal of those 2 large trees.
If I could follow on that one. So what if you reduced the width of the house? Would you be able to save a tree?
I would have to look at that more closely.
That wasn't discussed, though.
It was not. And so I think what you end up with, and they've offered in their option or alternative this evening, bringing 4 feet off, but I don't believe that's going to help save that tree to the north. It still would be impacted, if I recall.
Okay. I have a couple questions, to either Ms. Arnowitz or Mr. Paulson. So in the circumstances when we don't have an LRDA, who in this particular instance decided what was the best developable site on that and the reasons why?
So unfortunately, the staff who's worked on this for the multitude of years have come and gone, multiple planners. But generally, we take a look at the proposal, look at the trade-offs of, okay, here's where they're proposing it. What if you shift it? What are really the benefits and what's going to be gained? And as I stated, either way, you're going to remove probably 2 of the largest trees. And so it's kind of taking that in, reacting to what the applicant is proposing, and then making a determination of should this be in a different location? What are those trade-offs? So there's always trade-offs, and there is no science or exact method of dealing with that, but Ms. Zarnowitz may also have some additional information.
Just to note, I think the designer spoke to the slope, the access to the site, and that to some extent defines how the vehicles and also related to fire safety, the access to fire safety to the site would determine some of that.
Okay, and I'm actually glad you brought that up. So can you verify that the driveway it meets all our code requirements?
There isn't a code requirement, but
safety
there's
requirements.
Correct. So the typical maximum slope that fire likes to see is 15%. However, there are certain instances, not necessarily in this case, but in other projects where for short distances they will allow that to be exceeded. This one does not exceed that. They have kind of an elevated bridge which helps them, no pun intended, bridge that gap so that they can make that slope work from an access so that they do not exceed the 15%.
Any other questions of staff? Vice Mayor Rennie?
Thank you. Just one last one I found on my sheet. The 2 lots are going to be joined as part of this, and the house is overlapping both lots. I just want to make sure that someday we don't sell one lot off and try to build another house.
So a condition of approval will be that the lots will be merged into one, and so we don't allow people to build over property lines. So that lot will become one. That existing property line will be dissolved, and so that will not be an option.
Okay, thank you.
And one other question I thought of as I'm looking through my notes. It says in the staff report that you had not had a chance to analyze the revisions. Have you now? Or was this as of writing the staff report?
Yeah, as of writing it. And again, I think that it's basically taking that we knew that it was taking the 4 feet off the northern end of the structure.
Okay. And are there any, now that you have analyzed it, are there any comments that staff feels pertinent to that should be included?
Not at this time.
Okay. Okay. Okay, council. So it looks like there's no questions of staff. Anyone would like to share their comments or even try and attempt towards a motion. Councilmember Jensen.
Okay, I'm just going to start with comments rather than turning them into the motion, and then we'll see what other people think. I'm not going to start with bulk and mass. I'm going to start with other regulations that we have in place for the town of Los Gatos that I think reflect the values of the community and what we like to see. And those would include our Hillside Development and Design Guidelines that were adopted in 2004, our tree ordinance, which was recently revised last year, and our seller policy I'll get to in a minute. But I'm just going to start with the trees. If you walk by the site and you look at the orange tape, there is one gigantic oak tree right in the middle. It's a 48-inch tree, and the hillside is very steep, and it is forested. There are 3 trees that are proposed to be removed. Those 3 trees have been certified, if you will, by an arborist as being in fair to good condition. They're not diseased. They're not falling down. They are fine, healthy trees. So my initial difficulty is, well, which right takes precedent? And I was trying to figure this out with my questions about taking, not that I'm looking for a way to take the property, but that we need to understand all the ramifications of our decisions. So we have various ordinances that restrict what you can do, and they put regulations on the use of property. One does not have a blanket right to use their property however they choose. That's why we have a planning commission. That's why we have ordinances, policies. That's why we spend an hour and a half, 2 hours on figuring out proper land use. So if I look at our tree ordinance, I see that the intent of it is to require the trees be saved in order to preserve the scenic beauty of the town, prevent erosion of topsoil, provide protection against flood hazards and risk of landslides, counteract pollutants in the air, maintain climatic balance, and decrease wind velocities. And it goes on for other things. But the ordinance goes on to say that that ordinance applies to every property owner in Los Gatos. So if I look at, well, how does a regulation affect my right to develop? I know that, just based on my research, that if there is a right or there's a regulation that applies to everybody, not just this particular person, then it's given a lot of deference. So then I look at, well, what do I have to figure out in order to take those gigantic trees out? And so I look further into our tree ordinance and I say, okay, there's findings that I have to make. And I think the one that's getting relied on here to remove those trees is section 29.10.0992, subparagraph 4, which would be a finding we'd have to make that says, the retention of the tree restricts the economic enjoyment of the property. And again, my question earlier was, does it have to be any economic enjoyment you want, or does it have to be economic enjoyment as regulated by the town? And I think it's as regulated by the town. And does it create an unusual hardship for the property owner by severely limiting the use of the property in a manner not typically experienced by owners of similarly situated properties? And I'm going to say that the tree ordinance applies in hillsides, or when you've got a giant protected tree, as you do here. There is nothing unusual that's being imposed upon this landowner who has trees on his property. It just so happens that this applies to him as it applies to everyone. And so if it restricts the exact use that he would like to put it to, as long as there's an economic use of the property, I think that it's within the town's discretion to choose to enforce its tree ordinance, because the rest of the findings all have to do with preserving trees, and these trees are very important. And again, going on to, well, the question I wanted to ask of the geotechnical person was, what effect on the stability of the slope does it have to remove the trees? We got an Arborist report, I think the Planning Commission got, that indicated that because of the shade and the slope of the hillside, removal of some of the trees could lead to damage or disease in the rest of the trees because their environment would be changed. Well, so if you take out the 3 biggest trees, have you now killed the rest of the trees? And does that affect the condition of the slope? The appellant's geotechnical expert at the May 25th meeting was kind of asked the question, well, you say that what you're doing is fine for this hillside. Have you taken into account the fact that you're taking the trees out? He said, well, I'm not an arborist. It is true that the root system of the trees, of course, contributes to the stability of the hill, but he didn't really directly address what happens when all those trees go down for the stability of the hill. So I have a real difficulty with not looking at those principles and just saying, well, you have a right to build, so I'm going to end my analysis. I'm not going to end it there. And with the LRDA and the Hillside Design Guidelines, Mr. Williamson put up the factors that we need to consider, all of which apply to this. If we just take this slope and transplant it up to the hills, we'd be looking at exactly the same issues. If we were going to discuss, for example, the Highland development, everybody comes in and says, well, you can't do this, you can't do that. They happen to have the luxury of having a lot more property, and they're in a thing that we consider to be a hillside, but anybody that drives east on Highway 9 and looks at that slope sees a hill. So we deliberately did apply the Hillside Design Guidelines to that kind of property, and so we need to, I think, apply those rules. And when we look at that, there is no LRDA on this property, okay? So now what? Does that mean you get to build wherever you want? No, because the Hillside Design Guidelines are this big, and there's all kinds of things in there about restricting how you build on that kind of property, just for the reason that you were protecting creeks, we're protecting hillsides, we're protecting ridge lines, we're protecting trees, all of which apply to this little property on Bella Vista Avenue. The final thing that I'll say is that with respect to the basement and cellar, I understand that we have a policy that's in place and that we are required to use for this property. However, it is under consideration to be changed. So if this particular application were to be turned down and we looked at a different way of looking at basement and cellar, not that there would be something different, but there is a consideration out there that it could be changed. And the basement cellar actually I know it came up at the Planning Commission, the discussion of, well, what was the intent? The intent was to bury it. And the issue is if you look up at the hillside and you see the white cascading marble, house that goes down the hill, you say, that can't be. Well, we're getting a wood one here, but you're creating the same effect. So I guess I'm rambling on, but saying that there are a myriad of regulations that rightly apply to this property. They do not eliminate the economic use of the property. So I don't think that the town council can ignore those other regulations that are valid and part of the analysis of this use. And I would have real difficulty in accepting this proposal, knowing that there could be another proposal that perhaps could fit with our regulations.
Any other comments? Okay, I'm going to, the comments that were just spoken by Council Member Jensen made me think of the second question I wanted to ask of staff. To follow up on my first question, the LRDA, who decided it? Normally, when we are looking at a plot and trying to figure out the LRDA, there are certain factors like an arborist that is looking at the trees that are being trying to be protected. I know that the planners have changed, but in the background material, is there an arborist report that at least attempts to try and identify a site that would protect the most valuable trees according to that arborist?
So there is an arborist report. It's in the mitigated neg deck, and there's a monitoring program. This project is required to follow that and follow all the recommendations of the arborist report, including replacement according to the town standards and protection wherever possible.
And I would just add that, just for the record, there is no LRDA on this site. So it's not as envisioned or required in the Hillside Guidelines. So then it's, because there is no LRDA on the site, is this the most appropriate? I think Councilwoman Jensen, as well as others, you definitely apply this as you'd apply it to any other site, and then that's where you make the determination as to whether or not this is appropriate.
If I could speak to the soils report, just that's also in the mitigated neg deck. There's mitigation and monitoring, again, on that. There's a soils report, and it looks at the project as proposed, and so that's what's being analyzed in the environmental, and Public Works reviews that analysis. So that's also included in the monitoring report. Thank you.
Staff, any other, staff, I apologize, council, any other comments that you would like to share? Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Sack. So, I started off actually very at the beginning trying to understand whether this is a buildable lot, and after listening to Councilwoman Jensen, it almost sounds like it's not a buildable lot again. It was bothering me that we were taking out all the large trees, and so there's that question, and I think we heard arguments that the economic value of being able to build a house shouldn't wipe out all the protected trees on the lot. And on the other hand, so is something buildable is still a question in my mind. Maybe is there something that can be built? And I think the question was just asked: was there analysis done where something could be built to avoid those trees, or most of the trees, or the biggest one, or the biggest two? And that wasn't done. On the other hand, I look at Mr. Ross, who has been at this process for a long time, and I don't want him to keep trying to guess at what's an appropriate thing to build on this site. So I've been trying to get at what is the appropriate site, size, house, or is there a house at all, or the appropriate place for it? And because I would like to give him guidance if we decide not to approve this, but I still don't think there's enough information for that to give much guidance there. I would maybe start to say let's find a way to take out less of the big trees. I don't know what the right answer on how many that is. Even when we build in the hillsides, we let them take some trees, but we try to keep some. In this case, it just feels like we're wiping out all the good ones. So that doesn't seem like the right project at this point. I think I'm agreeing with Councilwoman Jensen's line of thought there. I'm going to stop on those comments at the moment.
Thank you. Any other comments council members would like to share? Okay, well, I'll go ahead and weigh in with not giving a motion. I think you can probably sense the difficulty in this. As we've heard, it's been many years that we've looked at this, and an acknowledgement that it's a difficult site. That being said, I am trying to weigh what is, without having to redig the whole project all over again, where is the most suitable site for development? And it doesn't seem like we are able to figure out that. Looking at the record, which is before me, there are many biologists, arborists, geotechnical experts that have looked at it, that have probably given their own analysis of what the site is. That's where I'm stuck. I understand it's a difficult situation for everyone involved. And the problem solvers in us are trying to find a way to reach a compromise that allows a home to be built that doesn't, as Vice Mayor say, wipe out the trees and impose on the neighbors behind them. I just don't know what that solution is, yet I don't feel it appropriate to keep sending it back until the right solution is, if I don't know how to arrive to that. So I'm really struggling with this one because I don't know what other guidance to give. And so if there's anyone that can provide that, that would be quite helpful. But other than this one is just going to continue to be a sticky one that is just difficult. So Mr. Paulson, did you have your hand up? Okay. If not, I'm going to go to council.
It is possible. I mean, if what you're looking for is the answer of whether this location or a different location would be better to protect the trees, if that's what you're looking for, then you could request a continuance for the applicant to provide that information of where other locations would maybe be able to save those trees, but what are the implications with that? I think you've heard, that if you move it further south or further the other side of the property, what does that do to the impact from the view, and whether it's not even can be done because of the slope requirements. So that's just a possibility. You could ask for that to be able to satisfy that code section regarding the protected trees, is for further information that might help the council out. And I'll let Director Paulson chime in.
Yeah, and I think that pretty much sums it up. You could ask them to look at different locations. I think if you look at the site plan, I believe it's tree 3, which is to the north, is another significant tree in the 34-inch range. The other two, if you really look at the canopies of those trees and where they're located in relationship to the proposed house, as you shift, if you were to look at a location shifted northward, at some point you get to a point where you impact potentially tree 3, you may be able to save tree 1. You end up potentially with 2 different trees being required to be removed, or being requested to be removed, I should say. And then obviously the other alternative is, what does that look like if you were to save tree 1 and 3? How wide is that gap between canopies before impacting those trees 1 and 3? And you still are going to be removing one large significant tree, but you may end up with a 30-foot wide path by 20.
Thank you. Actually, I saw Councilmember Leonardis. Council.
Thank you, Mayor Sayoc. Being that I've been up here before listening to the previous application that was submitted on this project and the Planning Commission hearing findings back then, and some of that information was presented tonight, how it was originally these 2 homes. And I remember the council discussion at the time, and we provided feedback which brought forth the direction by the appellant this evening, where there was now going to be a Mediterranean home and a Craftsman home that were both very large, which was definitely shot down previously. And I think the direction was to build one house and make it smaller and join the lots as one possibility of the direction given at the time. So I'm encouraged by that. I'm encouraged by the direction of this project as it has evolved over time. I have to believe that the applicant or the appellant and all the people who have been working on this for a good number of years have vetted probably the best or most this site's been looked at a lot, so they've probably vetted the best location, the most practical location for the house as far as the visual impact and the least, I could say, damaging to the hillside or whatever the tree removal has been decided. I do remember a lot of discussion last time about trees, and many more trees were going to be removed. So I am encouraged, although it's always sad to lose mature trees. I have to think of in 1910 when Bella Vista was being developed. I think the history goes, well, we got Glen Ridge, and let's put in another street that has views to compete with Glen Ridge. The developers back then, that was their plan. And for some reason, these 2 lots weren't built back in the day. And for some reason, all the way since 1910, they've never been built upon. But if they were indeed built upon at that time, none of us would have had any say on that. And perhaps the residents of Maggie Court would have purchased their homes anyway because they would have known what was there. And it's the big unknown that's giving them pause and raising a lot of concerns with the neighbors. But I think that if something, I think back on some of the comments that were made at the previous hearing in 2012, inevitably something will be built there. And what is it? I don't know. That's all I could share at the moment. I'm still sorting this out in my mind.
Thank you, Mayor. So we were just talking about moving the house around and trying to find a better site for it where it wipes out the trees, but I'm not yet convinced, unless somebody wants to argue, that they're entitled to a house this size. Why can't it be a smaller house that has a better chance of missing the trees? What is the right size house? There's 2,400 square feet of living area, total. That's a pretty big house. It seems like if they built something narrower, you might have a better chance. So I would not just think about moving it around on the site to try to avoid trees, but what is the right size that also helps to avoid trees and at the same time reduces it would at the same time reduce this bulk mass scale question. So I just wanted to put that in.
Councilmember Johnson.
Just wanted to add to and respond to Vice Mayor Rennie's comments is that just on my independent research, that if there is a regulation that affects the use of property, as long as the land can be put to productive use, economic use, it retains value and the regulation will not deny all economic use of the land. Landowners do not have a right to the most profitable use of land. So if I built a 3-bedroom house, I'm going to obviously make more money than if I build a 1-bedroom house. However, by applying a regulation, or lots of regulations in this case, the Hillside Design Guidelines, the Tree Protection Ordinance, our general plan, all kinds of documents that speak to the retention of our scenic beauty, our hillsides, our trees, etc. in Los Gatos, if I apply those, if I'm a property owner, I may well end up with a 1-bedroom house. That doesn't mean that I've taken that property from you. It just means that I've applied regulations fairly that apply to every homeowner and every property owner, and have determined that given your property, that those regulations mean that you are going to build something smaller or narrower, or not step down a hill or remove a tree, because we always are engaging in these arguments at Planning Commission and at Town Council with respect to what exactly can a property owner do. And sometimes that is not what they wish to do, but we have so many of these ordinances and policies in place because we are trying to preserve the character of Los Gatos, and lots of that is wrapped up in our hillsides, our trees, and how we preserve that. So I think it's completely fair and not at all illegal, and does not amount to a taking of the property, to determine that this design is not appropriate for the site. However, a smaller design may be, or a design in a different location may be. That may not be what the appellant wants, but that may be what our regulations require.
Any other comments? Councilmember Leonardis?
Thank you, Mayor Sayoc. Well, I think of, obviously the reduction of the size is something that would appeal to some people, but the house does fall within the FAR. And I think, as I said earlier, the site has been analyzed many, many times. And the location and the size, I think, has been strongly considered. And I don't see this as being necessarily like a monster home being built by any stretch of the imagination. If one were to say, you can build a 800 square foot home there, is that really something that anyone will ever do? And maybe that's why it was never built in the first place. But by today's standards, people just do not live in houses that are too tiny, or they just, economically, it just is not what people want. So I'm trying to understand this from the personal property rights point of view of the person who wants to build a house, and someday there will be a future resident living in that house, and what do they want to live in? And if it is within the floor area ratio in our other guidelines regarding that stuff, that's what that stuff is for, to give people some flexibility. So I'm wrestling with the comments on both sides of the argument here, but trying to respect the owner's rights to their personal property rights in being able to build a house that they can actually live in.
Why am I raising my hand? Question of staff. Sorry, habit. I'm looking at the various calculations. The garage area, 400 square feet, that does, when we're looking at FAR, I'm looking at Exhibit 22 right now. So you have the main level of 1,118, lower level 204. And so this 1392 is what staff is currently interpreting as floor area ratio that's within our current, the way we currently practice our cellar.
Right, countable floor area.
Countable floor area. We're not counting the garage.
Correct.
And so the question to that is, do we have anything that speaks to a house has to have a garage, or does it have to have just a parking space?
It needs to have parking spaces off the street, but they do not need to be covered in the town.
Okay. And then if, understanding that the cellar policy is under consideration, the cellar space right now, that's 1,000, that is not the basement, but what's actually part of the mass, but what we're not counting under our current practice.
Correct. That's the part that is less than 4 feet above grade.
Okay.
So push back into the hillside for the most part.
Okay. And, okay, that answers my question. Thanks. Councilmember Leonardis and then Councilmember Jensen.
Thank you, Mayor Sayak. Question for staff. It was mentioned by the appellant or somebody about the garage and perhaps not putting a garage or whatnot. What would preclude a garage from being added later? For instance, they say, okay, maybe they'll approve without the garage, build it without the garage, and then someone comes a year or two down the road and says, hey, this house doesn't have a garage and I want one. So
if it was decided not to have a garage with this application, a future homeowner could come forward and go through the process to request a garage. Obviously, if someone looked through the file, they'd see the history, and then that would potentially influence process of that. And then they would be looking at other things because the style of garage that's proposed currently is also not typical of what you would see of a normal garage. They've tried to accommodate that by having the lower height at the rear while still being able to pull vehicles in there.
One more follow-up for Mr. Paulson or someone on our staff who has history here in the town. When was the last time you saw an application actually being submitted for a brand new home that did not include a garage as part of the application process? I can't imagine anybody would want that.
I don't recall any. I know we had one recently that had a one-car garage, not a two-car garage. So they had a one-car garage and then a just surface parking space outside of the setback. I'm sure there must have been one, but I can't recall any.
Okay, Councilmember Jensen.
Okay, I was just going to, as doesn't seem like other people are going to speak, so I'm just going to convert it to a motion. We'll see what happens. I would make a motion to deny the appeal. I can't make the findings that we're required to make under our ordinance. I would incorporate my comments. I would incorporate in support of my motion. I would also state one more time that a denial of the appeal does not, in my mind, constitute a denial of any use of this property. It just constitutes a denial of this project before us at this time, applying the regulations of the town that I've spoken of before. And I would, I guess, include in my motion that we adopt whatever it's attachment 15.
$14.
14, which is the resolution that's proposed by staff, noting that it needs to be, typographical errors need to be taken care of in it, and see if I get a second.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Rennie, are you seconding? Or
yeah, I'll go ahead and second it. Sort of for our discussion, I think that we need to find another solution that's going to have a little less bulk and scale and not wipe out the trees. I think it may be considering a new placement and a different size or shape.
Councilmember Spector.
Thank you. Before I weigh in on this motion, I needed clarification from staff. It's not clear to me if the applicants or appellants are offering a redesign as part of this hearing or not.
They are offering that alternative, taking the 4 feet off of the northern end of the structure.
Okay, with that input, then I'm not going to support the motion. And let me explain where I'm coming from on this. I do appreciate the fact that if I lived on the court looking up at that structure, I would probably be in here too talking about it. I do understand why the neighbors from Bella Vista are not talking to us this evening. Both of those things make sense. My thinking on this application really focused in on whether or not there was a basis to grant or deny the appeal. One of the reasons to grant the appeal, and then is if there's additional information. And that's why that question was important to me. There is additional information, and so with that additional information, I would send this back to the Planning Commission, and I would ask the Planning Commission to not only look at the proposed modification, but to look at modifications that would reduce the appearance and mass of that building as you're looking downhill and looking up. I would also ask the Planning Commission to consider, even though we don't have an LRDA, to look at the siting of that building. I would ask the Planning Commission to consider what trees should or should not be removed. I would ask the Planning Commission to look at a removal of the structure that creates the height above the garage. And I will ask the Planning Commission to look at a smaller square footage to reduce the visibility from the court, Maggie Court. So with all of those facts, I would want to send this back to the Planning Commission rather than to deny it.
Vice Mayor Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector, Mayor Sachs. Listening to Councilwoman Spector, if it was a motion, since we have a different motion on the table, I would be willing to support that. I think it's somewhat equivalent to what we're saying, except that the denial forces them to start over. This gives us a reason to send it back to the Planning Commission. I want to be a little careful about just always sending things back to the Planning Commission without enough guidance on what would allow it to come back and be acceptable. I think Councilwoman Spector just gave a nice list of things to help make it acceptable. So if that were a motion, that would be something that I could support.
Okay, so we have one motion on that you happen to second. Are you taking away your second?
I don't have to take away my second, but I don't have to vote for it when it's called either.
Okay. Councilmember Jensen.
This is a matter of process. The Vice Mayor, through the Mayor, if the second is removed, you've already indicated that you would vote for an alternative motion, so why go through the process of voting on something that's not going to get support?
All right, I will remove my second.
Okay. Hold on. That being said, are there any others that would like to second Councilmember Jensen's motion? Okay. So then that motion will die. And so, Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am going to move that because new information was submitted to the council during the appeal process that was not readily and reasonably available for submission to the commission, that we remand this application back to the Planning Commission, and I want to incorporate into this motion all of the issues that I previously addressed that I would like the Planning Commission to consider when they have this back before them.
And do I have a second to that motion?
Okay, I'll second that motion.
Okay, and Councilmember Spector?
And before I before we move forward on this motion, because I'm incorporating elements that I had previously mentioned but were not specifically enunciated in this motion, the staff have enough information so that I don't have to say it again.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Councilmember Leonardis. So.
Thank you, Mayor. Question for staff. Describe, will the appellant or applicant, I guess, at this point, have to pay for the Planning Commission hearing? Would there be an additional fee? And how quickly would that go back through the Planning Commission? And would they potentially have the ability to get final resolution at the Planning Commission for those who are listening this evening? In other words, just because it gets returned, if the Planning Commission comes up with a solution and they approve it, they can approve it. It doesn't have to come back to council again.
That's true. However, it's impossible to predict a discretionary action before another deciding body. So it is possible that the Planning Commission could review the future project and it meets all of the stipulations in the motion that's on the floor. There are going to be filing fees. We would probably do time and materials because this is an application that we've been reviewing. However, if there are significant changes, it may need additional technical review, especially if we're looking at siting the proposed home on a different part of the property. So we would assess fees depending on the level of review that's going to be needed for a revised proposal.
And just to add, if it wasn't clear, any decision, though, by the Planning Commission could still be appealed back to council.
Councilmember Leonardis.
And the other part of my question was, how quickly would it go back to the Planning Commission from this point, assuming the motion passes?
That will depend on the applicant and how quickly they prepare revised plans to address the points in the motion.
Thank you.
And a process-related question again. My concern is by sending it to the Planning Commission, understanding that they have discretion to choose their decision. If it were to be appealed again, then it falls on either, actually, depending on the decision, it can be appealed again. It would, then another set of filing fees would be incurred, and then additional costs would be to bring it back to the council. Is that correct?
That's correct. Again, we would work probably on a time and materials basis in terms of just the increment of new costs, the staff that are here this evening to support the deciding body's decision making.
Okay. Any other comments by council members? So, okay. So we have a motion and we have a second. I'm actually going to comment on it. All of the items listed by Councilmember Spector, I would agree that I'd rather have more information than deny. My only concern is just sending it back to the Planning Commission because of this cycle that I'm fearful of having. Whether it's approved or denied, it will get appealed again, and then it will come back to us, and then we've just added more time, more cost, and I just feel like I have a suspicion it's going to end up at the council, and so in my mind, I'd rather it come directly to council to avoid that step. But I do agree with all of the requested changes that is contained in the motion. Any other comments? Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Sayoc, and I actually agree with your point of view. I, would rather have it come back to us. I do respect the Planning Commission and their findings and their work, and they do a lot of excellent work for the community, obviously. They're a very valued resource. But I just think it would inevitably be appealed again, and I think it can be handled. But I leave an open mind.
Vice Mayor Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Sack. It's not a bad idea that you brought up. I wonder if the maker of the motion is interested in entertaining a change to bring it back to us and skip the Planning Commission.
I can appreciate losing my second. However, having said that, I look at appeals under our ordinances, and two things. First of all, our ordinance regarding appeals would direct this back to the Planning Commission, And I am comfortable with the fact that with the amount of discussion this application has had over the years and the specificity of the direction within this motion, that this could very well end at the Planning Commission. And so I am not prepared to change my motion, but I certainly understand how I might lose my second.
Okay. Vice Mayor Rennie?
If I could maybe ask a question of staff, it seems a little unusual just to bring it back to council. We almost always go back through Planning Commission. Can you comment on when it's appropriate or not appropriate to do that?
So I'll start, and maybe Attorney Schultz can respond. I think it's up to the council to make that decision. It is possible to continue it with direction to a date certain or otherwise to try to address the comments that were made by Councilwoman Spector. It isn't typical, but I don't also, and I don't have it in front of me, maybe Mr. Schultz does. I know that the finding with the new information, it is typical to send back to the Planning Commission. I don't believe it is a strict requirement of the ordinance, but I'd have to take a closer look at that. So that was some of my previous comments, was that is an option, but ultimately that's a decision the council will need to make.
Mr. Schultz, did you have anything to add?
So I haven't been here as long, 3 years, but I've seen them where we've continued it to provide further information, and that was one of the issues that I brought up earlier, is to provide further information regarding the trees. There certainly was a more exhaustive list by Councilmember Spector, but it is possible to continue it directly. The new information is when it goes back is when that's the predominant or only reason. That's what the code says. The only reason for granting or denying the appeal, that's when it has to go back. That's probably the language. So if that's the predominant or only reason is that new information, then you're supposed to go back to Planning Commission.
And I found it. I don't know that it's in the code. It's on the appeal form, number 6. The important notes says, if the reason for granting an appeal is the receipt of new information, the application will usually be returned to the Planning Commission for reconsideration. So it leaves that option open.
Vice Mayor Rennie?
So if I'll just comment, I did like Councilwoman Spector motion a lot. I also really like the idea of cutting back on the process and the costs to the applicant and even our staff's time, because they have to prepare a Planning Commission and then prepare council. At the risk of sounding a little wishy-washy, but you know, if I hadn't seconded this, it wouldn't have drawn out the discussion. But I think I will withdraw my second, and maybe sound wishy-washy. But on the other hand, I hope I'm helping this discussion to progress.
You are, Vice Mayor. Thank you. Okay, so we have withdrawn the second. Do I have another second to Councilmember Spector's motion? Okay, so that motion does die for lack of a second. Would someone like to attempt a third motion? Okay, I will attempt a third motion. I will, all the specific elements that Councilmember Spector raised in her motion, I would like that to continue with further direction to the applicant for those changes, and that the revised application come directly to the council rather than the Planning Commission.
I'll second.
And
yes.
Because of the uncertainty of how long that will take, we won't pick a date certain. We'll have to just re-advertise the hearing and because of scheduling. So
Okay.
we won't ask for a date certain.
Okay. So thank you, Vice Mayor, for seconding. Any other comments? Councilmember Spector.
I will not be supporting the motion, and the reason is that this is going to be, under the terms of the motion, this is going to be a very broad analysis. We are looking at a change, maybe significant to the architecture, a change in the location, and so the scope of the changes, in my mind and in the wording of our ordinance, is not the scope that would simply come back to the council, where we would simply be looking for some information. This would not be some information. This is an entirely revised project.
Any other comments by Councilmember Leonardis?
Thank you, Mayor Sayoc. I respect both points of view on this, and with regard to Councilmember Spector's comments, it does present an assumption that it's going to come back as an entirely revised project. It may come back with a few subtle changes, and it may be that the project was already very well vetted, and that the optimum, what was it, LAR? Oh, I don't know, lost in the acronyms, was already determined. And maybe the project will come back with the new information that the appellant had presented tonight, where they're chopping off the 4 feet. But what I'm trying to avoid on this project is an endless volley. I think for the community, and I think for the appellant, there has to be some resolution on this, at least while I'm up here during my 8 years, because I just think for it to perpetuate, first of all, I want to say again, it's a whole heck of a lot better than what was before. I'm not entirely stoked at the Pueblo Indian architecture going down the side of the hill and all that kind of stuff, but it seems to me like the visual impact has been extremely reduced, and I do worry about somebody else getting a hold of this project in the future and putting up something, or potentially going through the process to put up something that could be much more of an impact. I know that's the way it was in the past, and I know that it had not made it through the council in the past, but there's no guarantees moving forward that a future council might not vote on something entirely different that would be much more impactful. And I think this project, as I see the evolution of it, has been reduced considerably. Now, is that enough reduction this evening? Well, no, and I think we're going to get more information on that. And again, I do have a lot of respect for the Planning Commission and their findings and the work that they do, but I also worry about the fairness aspect and the endless volley of sending this thing back and forth and back and forth. And again, I'm very much on the fence. I could have gone with these, I can't remember as the second or the third motion or whatever this evening, but Councilmember Spector's comments, I very much appreciate those, and those have been incorporated in the motion. I'm, I guess, looking forward to hearing this again when it's continued. Or it may never come back, who knows?
Okay, any other comments? I'll call the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
No.
Okay, let the record show that we have nays from both Councilwoman Spector and Jensen. Okay, and so this, we will have to renotice this as a brand new hearing then. Okay. Okay, thank you for your patience, everyone. We are going to take a 5-minute break, and we will, after the break, we will go to item number 8 and then can resume it to item 5. Okay, thank you for your patience, everyone. As I mentioned, we're going to move to item agenda 8, which is the first quarter investment report. And the reason for doing so is there may be discussion based on that agenda that may lead into agenda item 5. So with that, Mr. Conway, if you can go ahead and, or Ms. Pravetti, I will leave up to you two how you want to arrange the staff report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This evening, we're going to be talking about the first quarter investment report and then corrections to prior investment reports. As mentioned in the staff report, an error was made. We fully acknowledge that. It's been disclosed to the public. It's been vetted at the Council Finance Committee. This was due to a staff vacancy that delayed our bank reconciliations. Staff found the error, and as soon as it was identified, I was notified. This demonstrates that our internal controls are working. We disclosed this fully to the Finance Committee. We received significant public comment regarding it, and we are assured that the procedures are in place so this error will not happen again. We've since filled the vacancy. We now have an accountant on staff who is now current with our requisitions. We've also discussed this with our independent third-party auditor. They do not believe this results in any audit findings. Mr. Sheldon Chevin is here this evening, our third-party auditor, if council has questions for him. He's here with Gita, our finance and budget manager. So we, this has had a little bit more vetting than usual. In the past, we've just had this as a consent calendar item with no council finance committee discussion. We are just starting to change our practice given the interest of our public in the matters that of financial consideration, so that way there will be more public vetting on this as well as other items. That concludes staff's report. We did do a late desk item tonight that identified comments on the additional issues that were raised in public comment. You'll see many of those were already addressed in the prior staff report, but we wanted to give respect to our latest public comments, so you do have that before you. And again, Mr. Conway is here if you have any more detailed questions about the circumstance. But the good news is that this was just an issue of an error on a report. It did not make a material difference to our actual financial position. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of staff? Councilmember Spector?
Thank you. On page 3 of the 3-page staff report, there is a paragraph that says, basically unrelated to the error discussed above, there was also a year-end revision of $105,410. Is it? Yes. What is that? And I don't recall, I didn't remember seeing that at the Finance Committee.
Thank you, Councilmember Spector. That was discussed in what was part of the original presentation to the Finance Committee. That amount is when we do our year-end cash reconciliations based on the complete 12 months of bank reconciliations, there's always year-end adjustments we have to do for things like return checks, outstanding credit cards, premium and amortization of discounts on our investment portfolio. These are all just standard things that we do every fiscal year. So those weren't in the treasurer's cash worksheet, and we had to, in order to sync that up with the bank rec, we have those itemized, but we had to disclose that because they weren't part of the wires in mistake that yours truly made when the column wasn't added to the running cash balance.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Councilmember Jensen?
Thank you for the report. My question is if there's an easy and quick way to summarize the procedures that you now have in place to ensure that this kind of error doesn't happen again. I'd love to hear what those are.
Thank you. Yes, the procedures we now have in place, we had a very manually, labor-intensive manual process that took multiple days, and it was because we have a fair amount of checking account payroll activity that rolls through our main account. And when staff was struggling, we had some turnover, as I mentioned, and staff was struggling in getting these done on a timely basis. The director, myself, I stepped in and tried to help as best I could. It was a great learning experience for me in that I was able to suggest some different ways to download. We have a secure download from our Bank West, our main account, where we can download into an Excel spreadsheet and start to assemble the data more efficiently, along with our staff. Also now is downloading from our own financial systems into Excel. And this used to be a manual process. This has really speeded things up. I would like to say that happily we are reconciled to all the accounts through October 31st, and staff's right now working on the November reconciliation. So unfortunate that I made the error, but fortunate in that it gave us a fresh look. We had some desk procedures that were more on a manual basis, just made it very difficult for the new staff to, when the vacancy was filled, to get the bank recs done timely. And so I think that we're in really much better shape. I'm also suggesting and recommending that we don't use the treasurer's cash worksheet where the error occurred. We'll use just the bank rec. So if the bank rec isn't ready, then we will not do a treasurer's report until we have a completed bank rec. That's the other policy change that we're going to make, so that in the past, we used the treasurer's cash worksheet and then compared that number as a double check against the bank rec. And I thought, well, why don't we just use the bank reconciliation, since that's the official reconciliation of cash and investments for each month, and so that's the other change. So I think if you see a delay in an investment report, it would be that the bank recs aren't done, and that would it would spur us to, or spur council to ask, where is our investment report? And we would have to say our bank recs aren't ready, and that would spur more questions. So I think we have addressed that.
Hopefully a quick follow-up, and this may be more procedural than anything else. The policy committee looks at all kinds of policies for the town, and among those, but they're normally not administrative policies, which sounds like what Mr. Conway is discussing. And I'm just wondering if the finance committee, either from the staff or the members of the finance committee, want to weigh in if they've thought about this, would look at the new procedures that you have in place and determine whether or not those are appropriate, just the way the policy committee looks at some things with respect to in the finance context.
It would be unusual for any council committee to look at administrative procedures, whether they're HR procedures or finance procedures. Those are really internal operating mechanisms. The value of the council finance committee, though, is vetting the reports prior to coming to council. The next opportunity will be the comprehensive annual financial report known as the CAFR. That's a very important document. And I think given the interest on the CalPERS pension issue, I see that as an ongoing issue before our finance committee as well in 2017. So I think we're entering a phase where staff is interested in engaging with a finance committee, so that way the public has multiple opportunities to participate in these discussions on the variety of financial reports that we present to the council.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Sack. I guess my question is, so I don't know what goes on and I don't know where the shortages were, but the most obvious question that comes to my mind, shortage of people, that is. The most obvious question that comes to my mind is, well, if you had turnover problems and we caught this problem, are there some other problems we haven't caught yet? How do I feel comfortable that we've found them all?
Well, I want to assure council that as soon as we, through our bank reconciliations, went back to start the new quarter report and realized the cash was actual cash was higher than what the investment report reflected, I immediately informed the town manager, which I felt was my duty to do that. That was our own internal controls, and I immediately, the same day, informed the auditors happened to be here doing their audit and said there was a mistake in the investment report, and I'm going to be bringing forward a correction. So that internal control worked very strongly. We had a bank rec that was done. I think what we have here is a timing problem, and this is not unusual. I think if you talk to some accountants, others, you would hear that if there's a change in staff and that person may have been a month or two behind on a bank rec, it's not terribly unusual that there's a temporary lag. So unfortunately, my mistake in the spreadsheet coincided with a lag in the availability of the bank rec to be available to cross-check it. And that's I've actually talked to the auditor about it, and that is considered a temporary loss of some internal control there. But that is almost unavoidable in this case because we didn't have the second check to check it against. But I think what we can do for the future is, and we are doing, is we're cross-training more than one person so that if we did have a vacancy, we also have another person on standby that can also use our process and reconcile our accounts. So I think I'm not foreseeing a problem in that regard. And I'd like to add that we just completed a financial audit for the whole fiscal year, which was found all of our, the auditor is here to comment if council has questions, but the cash and investments and all those amounts were verified against our bank reconciliations that we had completed.
So I think in summary, we shouldn't worry because the internal controls would have caught any other mistakes any place else, and we are confident that we have enough in the proper internal controls to catch other mistakes in other areas of the finance department's processes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And before I open it up to public comment, one of the things that I had asked Ms. Pravetti and just put on the record is understanding internal processes are things that we normally don't get into, but there's an inquisitive council that would like to learn all these different processes. And just like we wanted to understand how slurry seals versus dig outs occurred, there's an opportunity to share that information with us so that, as similar to what we did with PPW, walk us through how things are developed and analyzed so that when we get these quarterly reports, we'll have a stronger understanding of how to review. I think that would be helpful. So we've talked about a potential study session on how to review these reports in the future, and I think based on the comments that we've heard today, that would be helpful, speaking for myself.
Thank you, and we look forward to doing that with the council. We've been meeting with members of the community to talk in greater depth about our various funds and reserves and what's the difference between the budget and the comprehensive annual financial report. And I think it would be wonderful to have similar dialogue with the entire council.
So I am now opening it up for public comment. I have one speaker card. Jack Veneta.
Good evening. The manner in which the information is presented in item 8 of the agenda is exactly what I would propose that the staff and the council change going into this revitalized and committed administration. Up to this point, it's been business as usual, and it seems that anything that could be construed as bad news gets spun into a whitewash bucket. Unfortunately, the town manager's financial committee report never stated that the cumulative magnitude of the error resulted in a $12.4 million understatement. One had to compute this by looking through numerous pages of the appendix. There is no disclosure that the root cause of the error was the town's bank accounts had not been reconciled for the last 6 months. Because of the questions at the 11/21 meeting, there was some discussion as to what staff will do to assure that this does not happen again. The council needs to be assured this happens. Council meetings are the one and only forum where all of the council members can discuss openly and be assured that mistakes have been addressed. In the past, it was common to pass financial information through as a consent item. A better system for disclosure, discussion, and education needs to be in place. It is the council who is ultimately responsible. Information and much more came forth only after concerned citizens asked very pointed questions. At the last Finance Committee meeting, we presented a detailed list of questions for the staff to respond to. Other issues were addressed in addition to the $12.4 million, which can be found in the addendum, several of which the council still may not know about. After many hours of talking to council people, staff, and town residents, my conclusion is that the council and the public want the truth without the spin. The council and the public can deal with the facts and with the mistakes as long as the mistakes have been recognized and addressed. The report before the town council tonight was prepared by staff and not by the head of the council finance committee, which makes me wonder who's in charge. As I view the current system, the cart appears to be pulling the horse. I would like to see a reconstituted finance committee accept a more robust role and ask the hard questions. Mr. Leonardis and several other council members were very forthright when they said they do not know what they do not know, but would like to know so that they can ask the right questions and make the right decisions. Had this item 8 come to us addressing what mistakes were made and fixes were in place, and the full council could address the issues, I would not be standing here tonight. I don't think I could have been any more clear in the Finance Committee meeting that residents want change, and item 8 misses that point. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Veneta. Any questions? Okay, any other speakers on item 8? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Any further comments by council members on item 8? With no other council comments, any council member Leonardis?
Thank you, Mayor Sayoc. Being one of the two members of the Finance Committee, I do appreciate that on occasion mistakes can be made, and I accepted Mr. Conway's explanation during our meeting. I thought it was, I expect it's never going to happen again. I do also want to recognize Mr. Von Nada's comments, and it is one of those things where we have to be equipped as members of the Finance Committee or as members of the Council with all the information to be able to make the decisions. I think that's important. And the more eyeballs we have on something, the better off we will be, and the less likely mistakes will happen in the future. So, we're having, I guess, some kind of a retreat is what we call it, or I don't know, a strategy session or something like that coming up. And I welcome those members of the public, including Mr. Von Nada, to bring their ideas forward at that time to the council, how to improve checks and balances moving forward for things such as the Finance Committee, or perhaps the idea was brought forth in the past of an expanded Finance Committee that includes citizen involvement. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Rennie?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to, based on Mr. Leonardis's slip, I want to make sure that we're not going to have any retreat that's not including the public.
We're planning a study session that should be on your calendar for January 31st at 6 p.m. in these chambers. The public is definitely welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. And I'm sorry, Councilwoman Spector, did you have your hand up? I did. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't going to go before you, though. Okay. First of all, in the years that I've served on the Finance Committee and on the Council, this is the first time that I was made aware of an error. And I appreciated the fact that staff brought the error to the Finance Committee. I appreciated the fact that they met with us and provided us information that was significant and substantive enough so that we understood what the issue was and how it was being addressed. I appreciated the fact that members of the community, including Mr. Van Nada, took the time to testify at our Finance Committee hearing. We all know that at committee hearings like the Finance Committee or others, you don't usually have the public involved to such an extent that they testify. So I appreciated that. I was surprised that there was an error, but I was also comfortable with the explanation and the fact that I don't believe it will happen again.
I'll weigh in also. Similar to what our council members have said, errors happen. What I appreciated, though, is we have a solution and a lesson learned so that processes and procedures have been changed and identified to be strengthened. And it's an area, and it's made me realize it's an area that I need to pay more attention to. And so I appreciate a future study session on that. I also appreciated learning that council members can attend a council meeting, council subcommittee meetings. I always thought that was against Brown Act. So that's another opportunity for the five of us to further engage and learn about these financial mechanisms. So thank you. Any other comments? A motion? Councilman Leonardis?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll go with the recommendation in the staff report, accept the Council Finance Committee's recommendation to receive the FY 2016-17 first quarter budget performance report for the period of July 1st, 2016 through, or am I on the right? That's the right. I was okay. Good. That's what I was thinking. Number 8, number 5, number 8.
We're on number 8.
Number 8.
Okay. So I'm reading from number 5.
Correct.
So let me go back and read from number 8. I move to receive the first quarter investment report, July through September 2016 for fiscal year 2016-17, and accept the reconciled demand account balances for February through June of 2016 as restated for June 30th, 2016.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. Thank you. So now we can move to item number 8. Item number 5. Now I'm confused. Item number 5, which is the Council Finance Committee's recommendation to receive the first quarter budget performance report.
Thank you, Mayor Sayak. Steve Conway again, Finance Director. Well, on a happier note, I wanted to just briefly talk a little bit about our first quarter budget and so highlight some of the things I think that are important in the report. First of all, I'm pleased to announce that our preliminary, subject to final audit results for fiscal year 15-16 year-end close indicate an approximately $2.6 million available. Staff is anticipating that council will give us some direction in the upcoming January priority setting session regarding those funds. These amounts are in excess of prior council directions to reserve $300,000 for the PERS reserve, $100,000 for the North 40 litigation funding, and another $34,000 for the Pageant Way parking lot improvements. So the $2.6 million is above and beyond that. So that's very good news. We had the staff report speaks to why we had revenue and budget expenditure savings last year that allows for future resource allocation that we kind of count on in this town in terms of our year-end. We have no dedicated infrastructure, that type of funding source, so our year-end savings is where we go to fund some of those high-priority items. Our fiscal year revenues and expenditures are trending at first quarter positively. That means that expenditures are below the 25% level, and revenues are slightly ahead of levels of prior levels that we've experienced in prior years. Most notably, property tax, business licenses, and transient occupancy tax are trending ahead of our expectations, which is good news. But we have, and as council has heard, that we still have some concerns about our sales tax. It has likely we will be coming forward at mid-year with an adjustment downward on that. We're losing Netflix subscribers at a faster rate than we thought than we had anticipated, and there's just more of a downturn in the town's specific sales tax categories across the board. So we're looking at that and working with our consultant to get a better handle on what we think we'll have for the end of the fiscal year, and we'll bring that forward at mid-year. And then the development fees, which are our charges areas, licenses and permits, and then charges for services. We're keeping an eye on that. We are guardedly optimistic that we'll make our budget estimate this year, but we'll be back at mid-year. We have not had as much major project development fees coming in because of certain developments that have occurred this year. So we have relying on smaller projects to pay fees that we have a little over $2 million budget in the fees and charges area that we expect from development activity, and we will be keeping an eye on that and reporting again at mid-year on that. We may have to adjust that also, but we're hoping that that will not be necessary. And that ends my report. Happy to answer any questions you may have on this document.
Okay, any Vice Mayor Redney?
Thank you, Mayor Sack. First question that's sort of obvious to me is if, so we're talking about fees which are supposed to be cost recovery. If the fees are dropping, that tells me the costs should be dropping also. Well, costs are fixed, so should we be dropping our costs if the fees are dropping, meaning we're not doing as much work? Do we have more staff than we need? Are we paying more overtime than we need? Do we have more temp workers than we need?
So one thing to remember, especially in terms of development fees And for inspection fees, it's really, we have works in progress. So developers pay up front for their inspections, but those inspections happen over the duration of the construction, which might last a year or even longer. So while new fee revenue is going down, but we still have the workload for the fees that have already been paid. So at some point, we may find that we don't need as many staffing resources, for example, in development review. However, I think our experience has shown that even during the slower economic times in other communities, here in Los Gatos, we still see investments in home remodels and commercial tenant improvements, et cetera. It's just whether or not our projection of how much of that revenue is keeping pace with the actuals.
If I could follow up. So again, the obvious to me is if you're seeing less new starts, yes, you still have the work. That to me, that means as a manager, you might start thinking, well, maybe the next time we have an opening, we may want to delay filling it, not rush out and fill it. If it looks like there's a trend versus, okay, we're out of work and we've got all these people, now we have to do the dirty word. Maybe plan ahead and not get in that situation.
And that's exactly what we're doing. For example, in planning, we have contract planners who are assisting us with workload because we have so much still in the office. But at some point, we may not need to have that additional contract support. And so rather than doing a layoff, we just cancel the contract.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, with no other questions, anyone would like to venture into a motion? Oh, I'm sorry. I need to open it up for public comment. Are there anyone who would like to speak to this? Okay, seeing none, now I would like to ask council if anyone would like to venture into a motion. Councilmember Leonardis.
Since I made the motion last time out of order, I will do it again. I move that we go with the recommendation in the staff report to accept the Finance Committee's recommendation to receive the fiscal year 2016-17 first quarter budget performance report for the period July 1st, 2016 through September 30th of 2016.
Second.
Okay. Any comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. Passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay. We are now item number 6, we are looking at the Council Policy Committee recommendations for the modification of the traffic impact policy. Okay, and I'll look to staff to begin this.
Thank you, Mayor. Matt Morley, Director of Parks and Public Works. Just a quick summary of the report that's in your packet. Traffic impact fees are set to capture the costs associated with development and new construction on road impacts. Excuse me. These developments are categorized by the ITE into various groupings, each of which has its own impact based on the calculated amount of trips that are generated by those developments. In some instances, such as the downtown, when the area is built out, the trips don't necessarily apply to the particular area, and that's the discussion that the Policy Committee had as they were reviewing this particular item. By acknowledging that a change in use, such as change from a retail to a restaurant in the downtown area, doesn't necessarily increase the number of trips, the town has a potential of foregoing the traffic impact fees, and this can lead to sustained viability in areas such as the downtown. Sorry, just reviewing my notes here. This can also lead to increased business demand, as the additional fees from impact mitigation help to allow for businesses to develop, much like you heard earlier in your study session this afternoon. In the proposal that's coming forward to you for the modifications, there are several changes, including reducing the impact fees for the downtown. However, increases in square footage or construction of new businesses would still be subject to the fees. And this recommendation again comes to you through the policy committee for your consideration. And with that, it concludes the overview of this particular item, and staff is available for questions.
And before I open it up to questions, one thing I do want to add was that this was specifically brought to the council committee. I think it was in I'm looking at this, March 15, 2016, when the council was looking at several policies that we had brought forward, such as the suspension of formula retail and ordinance 2021. The direction that the policy committee was given was to look at traffic impact fees and look at how that was an impact or a determinant in downtown businesses. So I just wanted to add that as well. So any questions of Mr. Morley, Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. It seemed sort of out of place, the change to the secondary units, because we were kind of talking about downtown, and that change was thrown in. And I guess my question is, I'm assuming we're changing it because we want to encourage secondary units as part of our housing element, where we said we would try to encourage more secondary units. But I don't think it says that anywhere in here. Is my assumption correct that that's the reason for this change?
Yes, Vice Mayor, that's one of the reasons for the change. The other is that state law recently changed, and effective January 1st, 2017, the ability to do more secondary units has expanded statewide, and so we wanted to make sure that this policy was in alignment with existing and future law.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Spector?
Thank you. I don't know how it works logistically, so are traffic impact fees collected from a certain part of town, i.e. downtown, put in a certain fund and used to improve roadways or whatever in that certain area?
Thank you for the question. The traffic impact fees are collected generally and put into the Traffic Impact Mitigation Fee Fund, and applicable to all projects that are growth-related throughout the town, all traffic-related projects that are growth-related, irrespective of where the funds were collected.
So by reducing the traffic or eliminating traffic impact fees in the downtown, one is not necessarily limiting the source of funds for whatever needs to be done in the downtown.
That is correct. If there were growth-related improvements that needed to occur in the downtown, the traffic impact fees could be that were collected elsewhere could be used for those projects.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Johnson, and then Councilmember Leonardis.
Following up on that comment from Mr. Morley, at the policy committee meeting with respect to this, you gave us some information about basically the ratio or the amount of fees that we did actually collect from the downtown area. And I remember being struck that it was not significant with respect to the rest of the town. Do you have any data points that you can give us?
I don't have the data on the downtown specific to other areas in terms of traffic impact fees collected. I do know that over the last several years, the traffic impact fees have declined significantly in terms of what's been collected. So the revenue there for that particular fund has been on the decrease.
Follow up. When you say decrease significantly, you mean for downtown properties?
For all properties throughout the town, the downtown
okay.
as well, as we've seen that businesses have changed their particular use, so that, for instance, the restaurants have not come to fruition in the downtown, and other uses have been substituted in order to manage the costs associated with a project.
Okay. Two follow-ups. One is, gosh, I don't even know where I was going with this. Our traffic impact ordinance and policy actually designates particular projects that we need to use funds for, correct? Because that's required in order for us to collect the fees at all.
Yeah,
right?
the list of projects is used to identify what the traffic impact fee should be, but the improvements are not limited specifically to that particular list.
So they could be used for wherever we decided we needed something at a particular point in time?
The nexus is the growth relationship.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Leonardis and then Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Morley, how can we be assured that, based on the language I'm reading here that says the downtown is a global destination and people will stop at many different locations within the downtown, therefore they shouldn't have to pay the same mitigation fees, that someone will not bring forth the argument in the future that says, hey, this is the North 40 and it's a destination and therefore we shouldn't have to pay, or hey, this is the Downey Center, which was illustrated earlier this evening, and it's a destination. People are going to go to many shops within. Didn't we already have a mechanism in the policy that would have considered, hey, you're going to go to Safeway and Starbucks, et cetera, and therefore we weren't going to charge them for the increased trips, or we would give them some reduction for the increased use?
So there is a provision in the policy as it currently stands that allows for a credit for the current use. That still can leave a significant increase in cost depending on the particular change in use that is occurring. What's coming forward before you now is making the assumption that the downtown is in a built-out state, so that it's a destination that's fully built out, and that any change in use in the downtown would not be growth related, but would rather be the evolution of the downtown. So we treat it as one large sort of a shopping center, if you will, that allows for it to be through the ITE considerations, allows for it to be handled in such a way.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So following up on a comment you made, which you sort of answered this question, and I guess I get a little concerned when I hear the mitigation fees are dropping, because I start wondering what is that an indicator of economically, what's going on in the town? Does that mean we have less businesses coming to town, less turnover? Does it mean we've scared out of town any business that might have a fee? So, that might be bad, and Ms. Wren may want to comment on this also. Or the third option might be, as a speaker earlier said something about New Jersey Mike's, where we just kept recalculating until it was an acceptable fee that they could accept. And maybe that's an okay solution, but I'm trying to understand, which are the real, which might really be going on behind that number.
Let me start, and Ms. Wren may wish, excuse me, to add more. We appreciate your thinking through the different options and the reasons why. From our experience and in talking to prospective businesses, it seems to be primarily that they are avoiding uses or changes in use that would have the high impact fees. So we're seeing fewer restaurant applications coming in, particularly in the downtown. The fees are just, in their words, prohibitive. And I believe Ms. Wren may have some additional information.
So just to kind of piggyback on that, when the new fees came into play, one thing that happened is, for better or worse, we got out there in the brokerage community as being a place where businesses couldn't afford to be. So I think Mr. Foley kind of alluded to this earlier. Once that got out there, brokers looked to create a successful venture for their clients. So they're not going to bring them to a town that they've heard in their office, whether it's true or not, is too expensive. So that's part of it. Part of it is just getting out there and getting in front of what's fact and what's fiction. The other thing is the majority of restaurants today kind of fall in that fast casual category, which is a pretty high increase when you look at the ITE calculation. So it does become very cost prohibitive. I think the other speaker, Mrs. Johnson, spoke about this too, is when you seek a mom and pop and then there's a traffic impact fee of $150,000, there becomes this inability to fill both of those boxes, if you will. So it does become a little bit about the fee. It also becomes much of just what that reputation has become for us.
Thank you.
Councilman Leonardis.
2 questions for Ms. Wren. alluding to the comment that you just made. Again, you referred to what Ms. Johnson said earlier, which is in the Downey Center. So if a mom and pop were to move there, they would still be, with our current ordinance, subjected to this fee. Whereas if they were to move in the downtown, they would not. So it seems like there's a fairness issue with this proposed adopted language. And then part two of my question is, what are other communities doing? And I asked this question of Mr. Larson many moons ago when we adopted these fees, and somebody was circulating a letter in the brokerage community because they were upset they were opening a Subway and it was going to cost them $150,000, and it somehow came to me. And I thought, okay, obviously there's some consequences here that were not necessarily intended. How are other communities addressing these same issues? What comparison do we have with our neighbors such as Campbell? What do they do for their downtown to eliminate this? Or maybe they call it something else. We have a traffic mitigation fee. They might have some other kind of fee. So I just want to know, apples to apples comparisons, are we, because for so many years we didn't collect enough money for these impact fees and we fell behind, I feel. And that was part of the impetus when the council adopted this in 2014. Hey, we're kind of like not collecting enough and maybe we should be looking at this. And perhaps we turned up the volume too much, but perhaps we didn't. And I never got a clear answer on that. So I know it's a long question.
I'll take a stab at the first part of your question, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Morley for the comparisons to other jurisdictions. As far as the shopping center rate goes, it was definitely a learning curve. When this fee changed, the way that it was applied, I think we saw that through the Jersey Mike's example of just looking at what we can do within the parameters of ITE, how we can apply that. So essentially, it actually would level the playing field now. So if we use the shopping center rate, we would use it across the board. We would use it in Downey. We would use it in downtown. So there wouldn't necessarily be a different rate. You would pay for the change of use. You would get the credit, but it would be applied a little bit differently. So that would be essentially a more level playing field. And then I'll turn it over to Mr. Morley for the jurisdictions.
In terms of how various jurisdictions apply traffic impact fees, it varies dramatically across jurisdictions. I don't have specifics for Campbell. When we did the analysis in 2014, we did look at many different jurisdictions, and there are examples, especially of jurisdictions using particular areas within the city or town that they have different rates for, set different rates for, largely to encourage economic development in those areas. So that's some of the way that we saw that these were handled throughout. There is no prescriptive way to handle it through that holds true through every organization.
Okay, Councilmember Leonardis.
So one follow-up. So in other words, in another community, perhaps we call it a traffic mitigation fee and we charge X percent or X amount per certain amount of trips. Would another community call it something else? They would have a lower traffic impact fee for the amount of trips, but then they have some additional fee or something else that helps them capture more revenue. That was another question I presented many years ago because I had heard there were such things. We were talking about getting away from this idea of community benefit and all these types of things. But other communities, they might say, hey, you have to pay a certain amount for public art, like an art fee. And they might have 10 little things, I don't know, but they all might add up collectively to be the amount of our traffic impact fees. And whose community is really more expensive? Like, in other words, I don't want the brokerage community to say, oh, your traffic impact fee is too high and we don't want to come to Los Gatos. But at the same time, we don't have 10 other fees. So how do we be assured that we are collecting enough revenue to keep this community vibrant and to keep our infrastructure, what it needs to be without developing this stigma, I suppose?
So that's I think the policy question that is before you. The traffic impact fees collect the fees for the impacts of traffic, and I think there's a set way for doing that and a formula behind it. And so that front loads the fees. In the past, the town had provided a discount for the fees. So although we calculated at the full value, we applied a discount to those fees and reduced them at the front end. And ultimately, those impacts are paid for through a different method. And for the town, that method is through the general fund, through collections that feed into the general fund, such as sales tax or property taxes, for instance. And so that's where the impact fee actually comes from in a town like Los Gatos, where it's not collected at the front end. It does limit because you're changing where the pot of money that the funds are coming from. It changes how you are able to distribute the funds.
And Madam Mayor, if I could just add, I think you're raising a really good point, and it is the broader issue of, do we have the revenues to pay for all of our infrastructure needs, not just roads, but some of the other things. So tonight we're only talking about our traffic impact fee. As Director Morley stated, we would continue to collect the traffic impact fee for any new construction, whether it's in North 40 or the Downey Center or even downtown. So what we're trying to do is test really whether or not a change to our policy would in fact incentivize the vacancies to be absorbed by new businesses in our downtown. I think we're really trying to see whether or not by making this more of a level field with other destination areas, are we going to be able to attract more businesses to our downtown. I think the whole discussion of revenues and purpose and comparisons with other cities is going to be our ongoing conversation into 2017.
Do you have more, Councilmember Leonardo?
I have more, but I feel as though I should share. I saw two other hands go up over there. So,
well, if you don't mind, I'll move this way now, and then I'll come back to you, Vice Mayor Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. I think it's just a follow-on to that. I think I heard you say that this idea of just doing it in downtown, as long as it's not new construction, is sort of a pilot to see if it works. And my question is it a pilot, or are we actually trying to funnel business to the downtown away from the other places in town? Because that's kind of what it's going to do, I think. And is that an intentional policy that the policy committee discussed, and then maybe they can weigh in later? Because that's what it's sounding like to me. Now people are going to want to come downtown instead of Downing Center, which maybe that's an okay policy. I just want to know if that's intentional or not.
I'll let the policy committee certainly speak for themselves, but I think what we're finding is that many of our other centers are close to full occupancy, whereas in our downtown we're seeing more vacancies happen. And so really, how do we level that playing field so that way we are able to drive economic vitality to our downtown? And I only mentioned it as a pilot, and I apologize if that may have been a misstatement, but I think with these policies, you as council have the ability to modify them. They are a little bit more flexible. So if you find that it's really not meeting your policy intentions, then we're happy to revisit it and and continue to refine and make sure that we are in fact meeting the policy objectives that you have for our town.
Thank you.
Councilmember Morley, I saw your hand rising. Did you have a comment to add to that?
Yeah, thank you. So just wanted to capture some of the a promotion to council member. I was going to let it slide. One of the other points that I should make along the realm of the revenue collection is if you use the example of SoulCycle in the downtown that has come in place of potential other uses where SoulCycle doesn't necessarily generate a sales tax for the town, and other uses that were prohibited because of the impact fee costs would have generated sales tax. I think that's some of the trade-offs that you're seeing, specifically in the downtown, where there's a high interest for other occupancies that have been shut out a little bit. the sales tax revenue from, for instance, a restaurant in the SoulCycle space or in any other space would obviously contribute to some of the revenue to the town that we'd be foregoing through a traffic impact fee. And it would be an ongoing source versus a traffic impact fee, which is a one-time upfront source.
Councilwoman Spector.
Thank you very much. The back when we adopted our traffic impact fee, there was a lot of discussion, as Mr. Leonardis touched upon, that we hadn't been collecting, Los Gatos had not been collecting these fees. Other communities were, and yet when a business came in and it impacted our infrastructure, this business was not paying for that additional impact, but everybody else who was paying sales tax or property tax was paying that. And so we had a big discussion that wasn't fair, it wasn't equitable, and then the thing that we decided upon was the amount. Taking that back to the town, to downtown, I can understand the motivation for eliminating the traffic impact fee on the downtown, but I can also see the downside to it, again, as Mr. Leonardis has been touching upon. What I would put out there that we might want to consider is a report, if we adopt this, a report back, because you hear people say, we have all of these empty leaseholds on Santa Cruz Avenue, and then when you really look, there's only one. And to see what is the effect financially, and has it really achieved the desired effect of having more businesses come to our downtown because they're not being saddled with this overwhelming obligation.
Okay, so I'll go Councilmember Leonardis and then Councilmember Jensen.
Thank you, Mayor. So when I think back on the history of this in 2014, too, I think the intention was Netflix comes and we do like $3 million worth of traffic lights that we put in, and I think the impact fees we collected were like $850,000. Now maybe my numbers aren't exact there, but as Mr. Morley said earlier, the general fund picks up the difference, so that's on the backs of the taxpayers. It comes out of the sales tax revenue. So we decided, hey, we got things on the horizon like the North 40 or the CVS, which was mentioned earlier as well, or perhaps where the Artisan Wine Depot was or whatever, where there will be impacts on traffic. Therefore, let's collect accordingly to help offset. And when it comes to the downtown and applying this across the whole town, I have a feeling that this is being driven by speculation of vibrancy, whereas it was mentioned earlier that it's not going to make a huge fiscal impact to us if we reduce it, but it could help stimulate. But for instance, if a mom and pop retailer leaves and then another one replaces it, it's kind of the same thing. There's not going to be a huge traffic impact. But if a restaurant wants to replace a mom and pop retailer, well, then it kind of discourages that. And everyone has their own opinion on that. I think, the Chamber of Commerce, can't remember her name right now, but she was in here earlier, and she said, we want to have shopping during the day. Mrs. Younger? Summers came in and said, we want to have shopping during the day. We want to have vibrancy at night. We want to have the whole thing. You just don't want to have a bunch of restaurants. And as was stated by Ms. Wren, you have these fast casual restaurants, and maybe they would be dissuaded from the downtown, but maybe that would be a good thing. I don't know. I guess it depends on one's point of view. I also want to take into consideration before we get too hasty with this kind of thing is maybe the reason why people are not going to the downtown is because the rents are high or there's not enough parking. I know those are two deterrents. For me, I can't always afford to maybe go out and spend $50 on dinner and then not find a parking place or lunch. And we might say, well, let's reduce the traffic impact fees and maybe that will help bring businesses in. But when Mr. Holt said earlier, I'm paying $250,000 a year in rent, that might not bring businesses in anyway. So I want to look at this thing more globally. Although I do understand the importance to stimulate, I want to bring up the example of Soul Cycle here, because we had 250 people come in that night. I'm being exaggerating here, but say they love Soul Cycle and they want Soul Cycle to come. And in theory, it supplanted maybe 3 or 4 retail spaces. And maybe those 3 or 4 retail spaces produced X number of sales tax dollars that we will never get back if Soul Cycle is there. But I have to believe that the impact of the amount of people going to attend Soul Cycle generated more trips than, in our staff report it said that it's not going to generate more trips or something like that. I don't know what formula we used or whatever, but in a way we kind of, by not charging a traffic impact fee, eliminated those 4 retail spots by essentially saying to Soul Cycle, hey, bring it on in. You know, if we did a miscalculation, whether it was intentional or not, we encouraged Soul Cycle to come in and replace 4 retailers, which essentially cost us sales tax revenue. So we have to be very careful, and I think Mrs. Dorner alluded to that earlier in her conversation in the report. I remember the staff report specifically said that it was no additional traffic impact fees would be needed because it's, I don't know, there was not going to be a significant amount of trips generated. I don't know if that's true. I don't know what we were trying to necessarily achieve here, but I do know that we have to look at the downtown more globally, other than just this one aspect.
Ms. Jensen and then the Vice Mayor, and then I'm going to weigh in too.
I wanted to speak as a council person and as a member of the policy committee. The first observation is that the policy committee is not recommending elimination of traffic impact fees downtown. What we are recommending is that if a space turns over and there's no change in the use, so a store goes to a store, restaurant goes to a restaurant, whatever it is, and there's no change, then we're treating that like a shopping center. And going back to the Downing Center, it was my understanding in the discussion, and somebody will raise their hand, I'm sure, and tell me I'm out of my mind, but that we were now going to treat the downtown like a shopping center so that there's no distinction between the Downing Center and the downtown. Not that there's some now stratification or exception for the downtown, but that we were going to treat it the same as we would a shopping center. So the first point is we're not eliminating them. If you increase your use, intensify your use, or you increase your space, you pay an impact fee per the proposal that's brought by the policy committee. And then to go back, and I'm not sure, and hopefully somebody will answer this at some point. If they don't, I'll ask it. As I recall, the list of things that you can use traffic impact fees for, it's intersection infrastructure improvements, but I don't think it's construction of a parking garage. So it is a road improvement and infrastructure improvement. So we're not losing dollars for a potential garage. If we change this, we have to use it for some kind of roadway infrastructure improvement. The final thing I'll say is that we're not trying to not the final thing. We're not trying to create an advantage for anyone. One of the things that happens with Soul Cycle, and one of the things the policy committee is working on, and one of the things that makes this very difficult, are all the definitions and all the way we look at things across policies and ordinances and everything else. So one of the things we were trying to do was make uniform our uses of definitions. So, for example, our impact fees are based on Institute of Traffic Engineers reports which estimate car trips for various places. Those, in turn, have definitions. Retail, restaurant, fast restaurant, whatever it is. In order to try to conform our definitions with the trips, because that's how we were going to use it for the impact fees, we were trying to make these definitions make sense. So moving on to another thing that we haven't even gotten to yet. So Soul Cycle doesn't have a definition in ITE. It's not specialty retail. It's not whatever else it is. The council at some point has got to move on to figuring out how we're going to define those kinds of things and whether they're going to capture revenue or capture a fee based upon how we describe it. But given that we're using ITE to generate trips that also carry with a definition, then we run into difficulty with how we do the impact fees. So that's another thing we were considering. So it's not that we're trying to necessarily attract this or discourage that. It's that we're trying to make these regulations uniform and understandable. And so if we treat the downtown as basically a shopping center where you go and you have a destination, that's what the Council Policy Committee was trying to do with this change to the impact mitigation fees. And it's just a single paragraph regarding the downtown area, treating it as basically a shopping center. And as Vice Mayor pointed out, the secondary unit was discussed as, since we, as part of our housing element, we're trying to encourage secondary units to get affordable housing. This was a way that we could do it, and as Ms. Pravetti pointed out, we were going to have to do it in state law anyway. So really, from my perspective, what we were trying to do was not create an advantage or disadvantage, but rather trying to conform definitions and calculations across modes, if you will, through the town. And this one made sense to us, given that the downtown was essentially a destination.
Vice Mayor?
So I think this is a question for staff. Thank you, Mayor. What Councilwoman Jensen just said doesn't match up with my understanding of what I read, and I can start with actually a line that I highlighted, which says, Policy Committee discussed a proposed change to traffic impact policy and agreed that changes in use downtown should be exempt from traffic impact fees. Her statement just said if it's a restaurant to a restaurant, there's no change. If they're implying that if it's a retail to restaurant, there is a fee, but that's different than what's written in the staff report, and I'd have to go analyze the attachment 3 to see if it's an error in the staff report's description of what's in the attachment or a disconnect between what Councilwoman Jensen thought was written in here and what is actually written in here. So I think it's a question for staff.
So two areas of clarification. First, on the garage not being eligible for traffic impact fees, you're 100% correct. That's not a growth-related project and would not be eligible for traffic impact fees. In terms of the policy specifically, the recommendation is that a change of currently a change of use is not currently the same use does not create a traffic impact fee. So if a 5,000 square foot restaurant becomes a different 5,000 square foot restaurant, even in the policy today, there is no fee associated with that for impacts because there is no impact. Assuming the two equivalent restaurants have the same number of vehicle trips there each day. If there is a change in use, for instance, from a retail to a restaurant where there would be an intensification, then there would be an impact, and that would occur today anywhere in town, no matter where that happens to be. So whether it be downtown or at the Downing Center or at a standalone restaurant, a standalone facility, there would be that impact associated with that change in use. Equally, if there's a reduction in intensity, there would be a credit that we would hold on to for 5 years. So if it went from restaurant to retail, there would be a credit that we would hold on to for that particular facility. But that's the only situation where that occurs. In terms of how the shopping center is used, we really start to get into the guts of how we apply the traffic impact fee, and it gets a little bit complex. But when we receive a proposal for a development, especially for a shopping center, we often don't know what the tenants are going to be. So we know usually that there's an anchor tenant, and the anchor is going to be a grocery store, for example. And so we're able to identify what the impact fee is for that particular facility. But we don't know what the rest of the vanilla shells are that are built within that shopping center. So that therefore the entire shopping center is attributed to the shopping center ITE code. As the new tenants come into that particular shopping center, that particular use is attributed to the space, and then there's a delta between the shopping center designation and that new use that we now know what it is, and that's the use that is applied. And that creates either an increased fee or a decreased fee, depending on the ITE standards. So that's where the ITE standards come in and how it applies to the shopping center. And then from that point forward, that shopping center is no longer handled as a shopping center, but as a series of individual spaces that have their allocation. In the example of Jersey Mike's, it was actually taking 2 spaces, and so we had to do a prorata share of those spaces. Part of it was restaurant, part of it was was retail, and so we had to do the calculation there to appropriate the fees accordingly. So it gets a little complex as we get into the weeds on how we apply those fees. We're trying to be very consistent on how we apply them throughout. And so bringing it back to the conversation today, when we're looking at the downtown, we're looking at the proposal in the policy that's before you is to look at that holistically as one big shopping center and not get into the individual sorting out specific to the downtown, so that it's all considered as one built-out environment that in the nature of a downtown, through the ebbs and flows of the business environment over time, there's an evolution of the businesses. And the overall, as you're looking at the downtown as a whole, because it's such a large environment, and it draws people not based on one particular shop or business, but on the downtown as a whole, that there is no increase or decrease over time from that aspect. And that's why the proposal is that the traffic impact fees be eliminated for that change in use in the downtown. Again, wanted to reinforce that if there's additional square footage, which is where you would see the biggest impact anyways, there would still be a fee for the downtown. We would charge it at the shopping center rate at that particular case. So I hope that that's not too much detail. I know it gets into a lot of the nitty-gritty, but that's where we're at.
Councilwoman Spector.
Thank you. I'm going to have to apologize in advance to Mr. Morley because I think I lost some of what you were saying. So and right now I'm looking at the red line version of the resolution. What I understand is downtown, if there is a change of use. Now, are we talking, when we use the word use, are we talking about, for example, retail to restaurant or restaurant to spa? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
All right. So if we have a change of use of that ilk, there would not be a change or increase in the traffic impact fee. What happens now? So that is a change, because now if I own Marnie's retail store and it becomes a spa, you're going to charge. You're going to assess a traffic impact fee.
Correct.
All right. Thank you.
So this is a good time to take public comments if there are any cards. But I see Ms. Dorner walking forward. So if you could just identify us for the record. Identify yourself, excuse me.
Identify you. You want to call me a councilwoman too? Okay. Angelia Dorner, proud resident of the Almond Grove. I think we're getting a little bit, this is the problem. This is the exact problem that we have with traffic impact and trying to make things easier for people coming in, vendors. I just wanted to point out a couple of things. I really think we're missing it here. The Jersey Mike's is a perfect example of how crazy use of or continued use of this ITE process evolves. To go from a $179,000 traffic fee all the way down to $39,000 traffic fee, 3 different iterations done by the same people within our town, but coming up with completely different answers. Soul Cycle is not going to fit into an ITE designation. There's 2 things here. Who's responsible for saying whether a traffic impact fee is required? Soul Cycle had 1 sentence on the traffic impact form, 1 sentence that said it's specialty retail, replacing specialty retail, therefore 0. That's it. No analysis, no nothing. I have the piece of paper at home. It's a single piece of paper. But who was it who said, does this make sense? Just does this make sense? The whole discussion about vitality, economic vitality, is how everything is changing now. We don't have necessarily a sales tax anymore. We're going to have a lot higher service-oriented businesses. How does the Amazon thing, that is sales tax, but there's all these different things. We can't rely on the ITE process to give us anything that's more accurate. I also want to just ask you, item number 3 on the consent calendar actually has a schedule of the Traffic Impact Mitigation Fees Fund, and the entire amount of source of funds for fiscal year 15-16 was $22,000. So how does $22,000 scare businesses away during their entire fiscal year of 15-16? I don't even think we know what our traffic impact fees have been over the last couple of years and who paid them. I really don't think we know. I mean, a total of $22,000. So I wonder if this is even a real problem as far as a deterrent, because I'm not quite sure what it's sort of like our seating. How many seats per restaurant, et cetera, et cetera. What's the reality? What really has been charged in the last couple of fiscal years, and to who? And where are those real retail places or whatever, where are they located? Because if we're only talking about $22,000 received in an entire fiscal year for traffic mitigation, it's not anything that's scaring away our business.
Any questions for Ms. Dorner? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Any other speakers? Okay, so I'm going to close the public portion of this and go back to our council for further questions and eventually a motion. I do want to clarify consent item number 3. When I read that as it further reinforcement of the fact that we're not getting new businesses coming in, and that is another piece of evidence to support that. Is that how staff is also interpreting the 22,000?
That's correct. So the report that you had under the consent calendar is required to demonstrate that the use of the impact fees that we are collecting are being put to the appropriate purposes according to the nexus. So Ms. Dorner is correct. The report does identify that roughly 22,000 of traffic impact fees, which indicates that we're not seeing the changes of use or the types of businesses coming in that would generate more impact fees.
And I can give you a little bit more detail. I have fiscal year 12-13 information of $360,000 roughly in traffic impact fees. In 13-14, it was a lot more. It was 900,000 rounded numbers. In 14-15, it went back to that $300,000 level, and then you heard the number for 15-16.
Any further questions? Councilwoman Spector?
Thank you. I'm wondering if staff, what Ms. Dorner was saying, maybe not in the specific, but in the general, about what is the foundation of any changes we're making. Does staff, for example, know how much the downtown paid in traffic impact fees in the last fiscal year? Do we know if businesses were deterred and didn't come in? I mean, maybe making this change is great, but do we know why we're doing it?
So we don't have that. We don't have the information of what was paid in terms of traffic impact fees in the downtown last year. You know that it was $22,000 town-wide, so it was minimal, even if it was all in the downtown. We have anecdotal information, the information that we have through conversations with property owners or with leasing agencies that tell us about the difficulties of getting folks into the spaces, and that the fees, especially the traffic impact fees, are one of those significant fees. I think you heard that in your study session earlier as well. I think it's also important that we acknowledge that this is setting out the downtown separately and handling the downtown separately. So it is a little different way to handle that. That's an accepted practice in terms of how jurisdictions handle specific areas of various communities, and that's the policy question. I think that the focus of the conversation should be around is where how do we handle the downtown, and is it worthwhile in handling the downtown separately? And ultimately, if the recommendation includes having the staff report back at a particular time on any increases in economic activity in the downtown, or ability for spaces to be leased on some sort of an easier way, that the property owners are showing that the vacancies have gone down significantly, we could certainly bring that back to council at some predetermined point in the future. And because it is a policy, it's fairly easy and straightforward for you to change on any council Tuesday evening.
And quick question of staff on that, because as Director Morley said, the policy question of where to focus, it's not uncommon to see these change in fees in different areas. If we were to see a change in downtown and all of a sudden the vacancy rate went up, we can suspend the change that we are proposing to do and bring it back. So you can play with the impact fees to either encourage or discourage development in certain areas, correct?
Similarly, yes. And similarly, if you had another area that you wanted to help with economic vitality, if there was a shopping center or an area of town, for instance, I don't know, say north of University Avenue, north of Highway 9 on University Avenue, if there's something you want to do different there, that would also be a potential area that you could, you could carve out to handle differently through a traffic impact fee.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. Probably a question for Ms. Wren again. Earlier, it was mentioned restaurants are discouraged because of the impact fees. Is retail also discouraged in the downtown by the impact fees?
So the restaurants are kind of twofold, and this goes back to the conversation that you all had in March when we brought forward the formula retail suspension and ordinance 2021 suspension. The ordinance 2021 never really got discussed, and I think it was because the traffic impact fee kept coming up that it's astronomical, or we hear it's astronomical from businesses. So while the traffic impact fee may become a more level playing field between a shopping center and downtown, there are still other provisions that tend to deter businesses that are coming to apply. And of course it's anecdotal, but I do know of two off the top of my head who were seriously considering. One was outside of the downtown. It's a restaurant that already owns a restaurant in town. They wanted to open a second concept, and the fee was high, and so they actually took their investment and opened in another city. So that was someone who was looking to invest to open the second location here, and did come back to report to me that they moved to another city. And honoring their confidentiality, I won't say who that is, but that is a true, honest thing that happened. Second to that, we did have a restaurant interested in that Soul Cycle space, but because it was one large space, the fee was extremely high, and they just weren't willing to take that risk, because on top of that, they were up against Ordinance 2021. So it wasn't just the conversion of one retail space, it was the conversion of 4, and the property owners, the leasing, no one was really willing to put in what they felt like was going to be a lot of time and money for an unsure thing. So it's kind of twofold in that retail doesn't have a change in fee, so they're not deterred at all by the impact, the traffic impact fee, because if it's going from retail to retail, there's no charge ever.
So that's what I thought was going on. If I could just make a statement at this point, as it's getting late, I'll probably forget my statement later. So what this is sounding more to me like, do we want more restaurants in the downtown? Right? At first it was like, we've got spaces open, we need to reduce these so we fill the spaces. The question is, do we want to fill those spaces with restaurants? If so, then we want to reduce this fee and also maybe get rid of 2021 or something like that. So to me it starts to become the question of how many more restaurants do we want in downtown, and is this the right way to encourage them, and do we really want to encourage more restaurants? Again, it's kind of a portfolio, and I wanted to mention this earlier during our study sessions. I'll mention it now. In a mall, there's one owner for the entire mall, so they get to decide what's the best way to make this an attractive place for people to come. What's the best mix of businesses, and they can decide, I'm going to have some businesses that make me less money, and I'm going to have some that make more, but I need the less ones so that I can have the enough people that will also come to the higher one. As a downtown, we have a whole bunch of owners. So if we just turn it loose to the owners to decide, I think as mentioned earlier, they're all going to want the highest paying business, the one that makes the most money. Nobody's going to want to take the ones that don't make much money but help to make it an attractive place to come. So the problem then becomes, we as a council, we as a town need to make sure this stays an attractive place to go, like you plan a mall, except we can't do planning like a landlord does. We have to do it through our policies, which makes it a lot less direct. So this, I think maybe I'm on a little bit of a tangent, but to me this is sort of the bigger picture, is how do we plan an attractive place or keep it an attractive place, or the other thought I had was, as we started talking about Campbell and other, I think Cupertino, Main Street area and so forth were managed. So people have taken Los Gatos. We've been the model that you want to be like. And this happens in business, happens everywhere. You get ahead, you're winning. Other people start seeing that and they figure out, okay, how do we beat that model? So the people that are winning often never change, and then they go the way of the buggy whip and Betamax and so forth. So my thought also is, we can't just keep doing what made us the winner ahead of everybody else before. As more competition is coming in from these other cities, we do need to adjust. Putting that in the context of how do we adjust our, I hate to call it a mall, but how do we adjust our mall components to keep it competitive and attractive place to go using policies is going to be really difficult. And I'm not sure I have the answer, but that's the way I'm thinking through this. And I think the town manager wants to comment, so I'm happy to hear what she has to say.
I think your analogy is a really good one, quite honestly, because I think a lot of downtowns are struggling with this same question compared to how quote-unquote easy it appears when it's all under a single ownership. I would just offer that for Los Gatos, we have other tools in place. So the traffic impact fee is what's before you tonight, and maybe it does encourage more restaurants to apply. They still have to get a CUP, and if they're offering alcohol, that is going to be a decision that comes before you as town council. So you still retain your other policy controls, and so you can carefully adjust the mix as you wish. It just reduces perhaps one barrier to entry, but it doesn't, completely open the floodgates, because we have all these other controls and processes in place.
If I could just weigh in on that. Again, as a policy committee member, listening to what was brought forward, I can't even remember, a couple months ago, it was looking at formula retail as well as Ordinance 2021, and the direction we were given back then were these weren't areas we were willing to review just yet, but the traffic impact fee was. And so following that direction, understanding that those two other mechanisms are still in place, this was our attempt to try and, as Ms. Wren said, equalize so that not one particular district was at a disadvantage, and look at how do we make it less burdensome while having the other mechanisms as a way to control the various land uses that are coming into downtown. So with that, Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Because this came to us from the Policy Committee, I gave it a lot of, credibility. But then I listened to the Vice Mayor say, well, the practical effect is that it's going to encourage restaurants. And that causes me to pause, because I don't know if I know that's not what I want to encourage necessarily in the downtown. So at this point, I'm still listening. to staff, to the rest of you, and getting information, because I'm not sure I know where I want to go with this.
Councilmember Jensen and then Leonardis.
Speaking again as a member of the policy committee, or maybe for myself, we certainly were not, our goal was certainly not to encourage any particular type of business, whether that be a restaurant, a something. So the goal of this was not to, let's get more restaurants. The goal was, as the mayor indicated, to try to even out what we had gotten from the council. It's like, okay, look at these impact fees, and if they're doing something and they don't make sense across the board, can you please try to make them more fair? And without creating a burden on our downtown or wherever area that we had. So we weren't looking at, well, let's get more of X business. What we said was, well, if you are going, and I think that Mr. Morley actually, in his answer to the vice mayor, I think I wasn't wrong, because what I was talking about was what we are still preserving is an impact fee for an intensification of use. So if I convert retail to restaurant, that's an intensification of use. I'm getting an impact fee. If I make my space bigger, whatever I'm using it for, if I have a huge emporium of something widgets and I make it way bigger, whether it's restaurant or not, I'm getting an impact fee. So it's not a policy that's designed to create restaurants. It's a policy that's designed to say, if you are basically staying even with your impact, so if you're retail to retail, restaurant to restaurant, if you're whatever you are, or you're a shopping center destination, we are not now going to charge you as though you are a brand new use in a place where no one else goes. What we're going to do is say you're basically staying at a stasis level because we've got the same thing and you're not creating more traffic impacts, so we're going to adjust our fees realizing that. However, if you change your use, and that by that I mean intensify it or make it bigger, then you will pay. So what we were trying to do was just kind of even out the playing field and make it conform with our other definitions, not trying to encourage any particular type of use in the downtown.
Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor. So, listening to Ms. Jensen's comments, how is that different than the policy we already have in place?
Thank you. So I need to clarify and I think make a correction. So the red line that you have before you will change that for the downtown specifically, so that if you have a change of use in the downtown, you will not create an impact and not have a fee. So if you move from retail to restaurant, you will not be considered to be making an impact in the downtown, and you will not be subject to a fee.
Then my mistake, mea culpa, because I thought we had agreed that if it was an intensification that you're still going to pay.
And actually, I'm going to weigh in since I was part of the conversation as well. My recollection is that because we were looking at it as a downtown, as in essence a mall, that conversion of use, because it was already built out, wasn't necessarily creating that much more intensification. So it sounds like we had a difference in interpretation.
So my mistake, sorry.
Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor. So confirming what I had concerns with and what Mr. Rennie had mentioned and Ms. Spector and an earlier speaker, Mr. Rathman, who had been here talking about how many restaurants can we possibly have and how many are going to serve pizza and burgers and those things. I mean, again, I don't want to have a stigma for our economic development in town or with the brokerage community that we're business unfriendly and we're charging too much and we're chasing out great opportunities, as was mentioned by Ms. Wren. But at the same time, if we have a policy that says, hey, we're going to waive your impact fees, everybody's going to come to us knocking on our door with a restaurant. And I get that because that's where the, how can I say it, the highest, the most success rate will come from a restaurant selling alcohol and selling food. I mean, that's what people will pay for, the highest turnover compared to retail, or for the most part. So that's why a lot of these downtowns have, like if you go to downtown Mountain View, there's all restaurants primarily, or that thing that was mentioned earlier, Main Street, mostly restaurants, very little retail, because that's where you get the highest rent, and therefore the brokerage community is going to be in support of that. And what I'm looking for is what best serves the people, the best retail mix, which brings us the most vibrancy. And if we had to say something to the effect, well, to fill up some empties, if you bring in a retail business in the next 6 months, we'll waive your traffic impact fees or something like that. I could see a policy like that would be cool. But to go and say, hey, we're going to reduce it and this could encourage more restaurants, I'm not sure that's the greatest thing. I'm sure that would satisfy or make happy a lot of landlords if that were to occur because of the higher rents. I want to allude to something that was mentioned way earlier in the evening from Ms. Johnson. And she said something about CVS and the $1.5 million in impact fees they had to pay. And I'm sure that was an exaggeration. But obviously, we used to have a car dealership there, which probably had a lot of turnover. And I'm failing to understand why the business that she represents in the Downing Center and some other properties would have that impression of the impact fees at that site. But maybe that's the subject for another evening.
If I may, and then I think it's, let me see if I can direct this conversation. As we said, let's bring it back to the original discussion at 6 o'clock of what are ultimately our goals with regards to economic vitality, and there's different processes that we can look at. And again, this was direction that was given to us to look at traffic impact fees. And I understand the concern of just all of a sudden our downtown is going to become restaurants, but I do want to remind people most restaurants nowadays will have an alcohol component that will require a CUP that the council will have to look at. And Ordinance 2021 is still an ordinance on our books that will require the council to look at it. And so it just gives us an opportunity to have an applicant come forward with an idea that the council then can make a basis on, is this storefront an appropriate use for conversion? And there still are mechanisms there. Now, ultimately, we will decide what to do with this traffic impact fee. And unfortunately, we didn't get the time at the study session, but I think we need to figure out ultimately what is, one, do we want to see any changes? Because if there's not, then that could be made clear too. And then what kind of changes are we looking at trying to revise? We've heard from the two panelists their laundry list of things that they felt were burdensome to the community. Traffic impact fee was one of them. So if not tonight with this proposal, then I think we're going to have to come back at a future time to look at, well, what other proposals, and get some clearer direction from the council on which path to move forward on. Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor. There could also be some other unintended consequences. For instance, if somebody owns an office building in the downtown, and we always think of just converting retail to a restaurant, but say they own an office building and it has light traffic during the day and it's kind of a 9-to-5 thing, and they want to turn that into a restaurant. And they were dissuaded from doing this because of impact fees. That may or may not be a good thing, but I think this needs further exploration. So if I were going to make a motion at this late hour, I would move to not go forward with what's in this recommendation this evening with respect to the policy committee, because I think you guys do awesome work, you ladies, but postpone to a future time when we get more information, a further discussion of the traffic impact fees.
Okay. Thank you for the motion. Do I have a second? Okay, Vice Mayor Rennie, you had a question then? Okay, so then the motion dies. Do I have a, oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember
Spector. I will second it. I came into this, as I said, I came into this meeting favorably disposed, mainly because it was coming from the policy committee. But there's just been too many issues for me at this point to approve the recommendation. So you have a second, Mr. Leonardis.
Okay, I have a motion on the table. Any further comment? Yes, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So before this motion came, I was actually thinking that I would be willing to accept the recommendation from the policy committee, which means I'm probably inclined to vote against the current motion. And I don't want to encourage a lot more restaurants, but then on the other hand, I started thinking we do want to be able to tweak the mix, and we do have other tools, as the town manager told us. 2021 is a discouragement, but right now we have too many discouragements that we can't even turn the dial, it looks like. I'm not going to say that a couple more restaurants in town is inappropriate. It might be appropriate. So I'm tending to want to vote with the planning the policy committee's recommendations. Getting late for those reasons, so that we do take off some of the things that do allow us to make some tweaks.
Councilmember Leonardis.
In general, again, I normally agree with the policy committee, but there was some dialogue between members of the policy committee and Mr. Morley of discrepancies and misunderstandings about what we're actually voting on, and that's why I am voting, or I made the recommendation to vote against the recommendation in staff report and postpone further discussion of traffic mitigation fees for a future council meeting.
Okay, if I could just clarify, postpone, would you like this brought back at a later time, or would you like it to go back for further refinement? If you could just, so I have a clear understanding of what the motion is.
I think based on the discussion this evening, we need more information. I'd like to see what other jurisdictions are doing specifically, especially our competitors. I would like to see, there's been talk about Ordinance 2021 and, of course, the CUP process. But what happens is if you drop one thing like this and then you drop there's been discussion about the amounts of tables and chairs requirement, the seating requirement, dropping that. And then before you know it, somebody comes and says, oh, forget 2021. And before you know it, the whole downtown is restaurants. I mean, they pick you off one at a time. And I want to make sure that we continue to have a vibrant downtown with a retail component. I think that's incredibly important. We have to have a diverse mix of businesses, a lot of mom and pop businesses, but some form of the retail. I think we have to look at this in terms of what do we want moving forward globally as an overall, footprint or whatever for the downtown. It's getting late in the evening, so I'm really getting bad up here. But so I think we have to look at this, our downtown overall policy, what we're going to allow, as opposed to tweaking these small things that may appease certain landlords on a short-term basis to get somebody in there or appease the brokerage community. So I'm trying to think of it more globally.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table. Any further comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
No.
Okay, so the motion fails. The mayor, vice mayor, and Councilmember Jensen voted against it. Do I have a new motion on the table? Councilmember Jensen.
I move to adopt a resolution approving the Council Policy Committee recommendations for the modification of the traffic impact policy, which is contained in Attachment 1 of our staff report, and ask that reports on the effects of the implementation of the policy be brought back to the Town Council at, I'm looking to see what would be an appropriate length of time to assess those impacts. From Ms. Wren.
I would say a minimum of a year.
So 1 year from the date that it goes into effect. in order to determine the impacts or consequences, if you will, of the change that would be adopted tonight.
I'll second the motion. Any comments to the council member Spector?
I'm not going to support the motion for the reasons that Mr. Leonardis just most recently stated.
Any other comments? Councilmember Leonardis?
I will not be supporting the motion because, again, I felt that there was some confusion about actually what the report stated and what the policy committee thought they were getting. It sounds like there's more clarity now, but I feel like it's kind of a leap of faith at a late hour, and further discussion would be warranted moving forward. I want to keep an open mind, but I am concerned, and based on the public comment and what was pointed out by Ms. Dorner, what are we really doing here tonight? We have a policy in place already that says if you replace retail with retail and it's not an intensity, you're not going to, only if you build it bigger, you'll pay more, which you should. And if you're going to go from a retail to a restaurant, yes, you have to go through the process. I understand that. But there should be some dissuasion, in my opinion, to do that, because I think there are enough restaurants downtown and enough restaurant spaces. So that's one guy's opinion.
Any other comments? I'm calling the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
No.
Okay, so Councilmember Leonardis and Spector opposed. Oh, thank you. I'm going to look to our town manager and Director Morley. Given we have one more item, cut through traffic, which is very important, which I suspect would generate some discussion. And I'm going to also look to my council. Well, first, we go till midnight. So just general consensus. Can we do one more agenda item? Okay. Yes, sir.
That wasn't a yes. That was acknowledge me. I think that we are within 20 minutes of midnight. I know we go till midnight. I think that this is an important and not especially a simple or linear issue. I thought it was going to be difficult when I thought we would be dealing with it at 10 o'clock. So my input is that we do this important item on another evening when the mayor thinks we have time to do it.
Councilmember Johnson?
I agree, but I'd also add that we're not going to get a lot of interest at 20 to midnight in December, and I know that there's lots of people who are interested in this, and so in order to actually give an opportunity to members of the public to weigh in, I think it's better that we do it on a different occasion.
Okay. And looking to Director Morley and Town Manager Pravetti, we can work tomorrow to see it of a different day?
We can do that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.